everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. And I have Coda and Neva here. We're here for book 3 discussion of Harry Potter, and then we're going to be starting book 4 of our Harry Potter read along, which is super excited. I am super excited to be starting this book. Like, I just wanted to pick it up after the last one. I am on location, so it's looking very bland behind me today. Like, I was saying to Coda earlier, I'm like, I feel like there's just stuff missing.
You should go to the market and get like a sarong.
Yeah, I need something. Something's got to go on the wall because it's just a little bit too bland. And and what's making it even worse that I'm wearing all black today, so it's making it stand out even more. So I'm on location in Brisbane at my granddaughter's house, and my daughter's house, obviously. And so this is where I'll be streaming from for the better part of 3 weeks, maybe a bit longer. It all depends if the baby comes on time. So interesting. She's 38 weeks, so I just said pick her up like a ketchup bottle and get that baby out. I need to get back home. So yeah, and she's got flexi flight, so that's all good. All right, so how are you today, Coda?
I'm all right. Yeah, I took a nap, so I had a big breakfast and then I took a nap, so that's pretty much all I've done today.
And Neva, how are you today?
I'm tired, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm not.
I'm sure you're not. No, you're school in the morning, bro.
The line of the day. I'm not.
I have work. You know, I have work tonight, but someone does not believe in sleeping on Sundays.
It'd be hard, yeah.
You know, yeah, you.
That would be you, Ari. Your mum's tired. So as we said, we're here to do a little bit of a discussion before Neva has to pop off to work about book 3. So what are your thoughts on book 3? I'll start with you, Coda.
I liked book 3. I feel like I should have grabbed my copy so that I could reference it. I feel like I liked it better than the second one. I liked the second one. That should be stated first. So I felt like the second one was not quite as good as the first one, but I thought that the third one was definitely better than the second one.
And what did you rate it?
I think I gave it 4.75 because I needed it to be higher rating than book 2, and I gave it a 4.5. They're all just going to sit probably around a 5-star average. Just keep it simple.
And were you expecting that when you went in?
I like the movies, so I knew I liked the story already, or at least what it was adapted into, right? Or the premise, I guess I should say. I didn't expect it to be as entertaining as it is. Like being a middle grade book.
Yeah.
Not that I have anything against middle grade books. I don't read a ton of them. I haven't since I was in middle grade. But with that being said, I have read a few since I started like really reading actively again. And this book is entertaining. It might be the audio, but it's entertaining.
I'm finding it extremely entertaining too. Like just the little things that you don't get in the movies, and like I think there was one. I think it was from the other the second book where Draco gave a nickname to them, to Harry Potter and Weasley. What was it? I can't remember what it was now, but I cracked up laughing. And there's just little things like when
Potter and the Weasel.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely love it.
They are pretty funny books. Like her sense of humor, just the banter in the dialogue itself. I catch myself laughing out loud all the time while I'm listening to these.
And I don't think we need to ask Neva what her rating was because I think we all know. But what was your rating?
Well, if you think it was 5 stars, it wasn't. I gave it 4 point something. I gave it 4.5. But the first,
I thought it was 4.5.
Thank you. The first 2 books, I always almost. okay, thank you so much. The first 2 books I always give 4 stars. I just feel like the 3rd book has better character development, but it's not my favorite book in the series.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like we see much more character development in all of the characters, even like the characters that we don't necessarily like Draco Malfoy. There's just more robustness to their characters, I think. As
He's
far
such
as
a little weasel. Like,
I really dig him in the
Here-
movies
here's the
like
thing.
more than I
yeah,
used to.
he's but like you read him off the page, and he comes across as a little bit like more abrasive in the books, but in the
Yeah.
movies they've portrayed him as like this little sniveling, like especially when Hermione bails him up at the rocks with her wand, and
Yeah.
he's like, and all the rest of it, and it's just
I feel like a lot of the characters are not done the justice that they should have been done in the movies.
yeah.
Because, okay, do I need to turn it off? Stop. Sound like you're hyperventilating. Anyway, because Draco Malfoy in the books comes off he's much more a bully than he is like just has a rich powerful dad. And I feel like in the movies he comes off as that rich kid at school who's like, don't make me call my father.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's more of a snob and less of a bully.
Yeah, he's more snobbish, yeah.
In the books, he's definitely like, he knows the power that his family has and he uses it to bully people. As opposed to just try to like intimidate people and then get scared when people stand up to him.
Yeah. He definitely comes in the books. He's definitely like a lot more abrasive, most definitely. Which is quite surprising to me because I always thought he was just a little tattletale in the movies. Yeah. And like when my girls go on about like the fanfic with Hermione and Draco and all that sort of stuff, and they're going on about it, I'm like, I look at the movies and I'm like, and then I'm questioning their judgment.
It makes and all your kids have all read the books, right?
Yeah, no, they've read the books, watched the movies. That's like they're full Potterheads.
That's where all of us get it from.
Yeah.
Because
I'm starting to understand that now. Now that I'm reading the books, I'm starting to understand
only watched the movies. So I know people that have never watched the movies or read the books that enjoy Draco Hermione fanfiction or Hermione.
Yeah.
Ari, enough.
How do you type in Harry Potter?
H.
1 second.
Sorry, she's looking up the Harry Potter movie.
What?
A. There you go. It's right at the top. It's right there at the top. She wants to watch the first Harry Potter movie. Anyway.
Hagrid's family?
No, it's called Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
But if you live here, it's the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
The Philosopher's Stone.
Unless you live where Nicole lives, and then it's called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
No.
Okay. All right, calm down. What was I saying? I don't remember. Stop.
You were saying something about
people that have not watched the movies, read the books, like the fanfic.
That have I don't know a lot of people that have only watched the movies that then seek out Hermione fanfiction. Because it doesn't make, you're right, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If you've only seen the movies, because it doesn't come off as something where it's like, oh, they could have been written as a couple in canon. Like, it doesn't come off quite the same way.
Like I look at my daughters and I'm like, I'm judging you right now. I am questioning your judgment.
Yeah. I feel like with the context of the books behind it, them being written in non-canon relationships makes more sense. Because it almost always it's like an enemies to lovers type of dynamic anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever, even the fluffy, like more contemporary romance that I've read is not like they were best friends and then decided to date each other.
Yeah.
So
you didn't watch the movie, did you, Coda?
No, not yet. And I need to start watching it like the day of or the day after I finish the books because what happens is that they get muddled together for me since
Yeah.
I watched the movies first.
Yeah.
So if I wait too long, then I don't notice the differences as well.
I watched the movie on Saturday night as I planned to.
You want to put the spoilers banner up? We forgot.
Oh, yeah. Let me just
Hey,
find
everybody,
it.
we're going to talk about the third book
Okay.
in the movie.
Gee, quick, you're so quick. Like you just know where everything is. Like I go looking, and I'm like, I don't even know where it is.
It's honestly, stop. Go sit down. It's because I used to do my wrap ups. I used to do them live,
Yeah,
and so every book that I would talk about would be in a banner.
yeah.
So I had to figure out how to put them up quickly, or my lives would take like 2 hours.
If I did that, it would take 2 hours. Yeah, mine's going to take a while if I did that. So yeah, I watched the movie on Saturday night, and some of the notable differences around the Marauders map is what really stood out to me. The fact that we find out in the books who actually made the Marauders map, as opposed into the movie, we don't really know. The names are just said, but nothing's ever really spoken about the four friends. And also the explanation of how they transform into animals, those group of friends, and all that sort of stuff was not really explored in the movie at all. And which I think is a little bit of a detriment to the overall story, because it gives you a better understanding of how and why they came together, and why they chose, like around Professor Lupin and all the rest of it, why the friends chose to do that and all that sort of stuff, which was in the book, but it's not in the movie. It's very much skimmed over.
I think also because we see like other characters, so like Professor McGonagall is an animagus, right? So she
Mhm.
turns into a cat,
Mhm.
and a lot of times it's something that's portrayed as something that you are like, that you're able, that is an ability that you have,
Mhm,
not an
mhm.
ability.
Purple ring thing around him. He's actually Voldemort, but he never told anybody. So he just hides his head.
Are you talking about Professor Quirrell?
Yep.
Yes.
He's actually Voldemort,
But nobody knows. I know.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah.
But how is he Voldemort? He has two heads. Like,
Well, that's how.
I thought Voldemort only had one head.
Well, watch the movie and then you'll find out.
I think that's
I know. So watch it again.
What's gonna happen?
Okay. But I think we're in the. If you've only watched the movies and you're under the impression that being an animagus is like an ability that you already have, not an ability that you learn.
Right.
And
No,
we
then
have
it does kind of give that the movie does
Yeah.
kind of give the well, except for she teaches shape-shifting in her class. McGonagall does, doesn't
She teaches shape-shifting, but not how to shape-shift yourself.
Mm.
Oh, I never
She doesn't
realized
teach she doesn't teach her class how to turn themselves into animals. She teaches them how to stop. Okay, stop. She teaches them how to teach she teaches them how to turn other objects into mice or whatever like that. Okay, can you eat, please?
Yeah.
Say thank you so much. But she doesn't teach them how to turn themselves into another animal. So I think, so while you can shape shift inanimate objects into living ones, and back again, whatever. Because I think what did they do? Teacups into mice or something?
Yeah, they were doing so. It wasn't that when they were trying to turn. They were trying to turn something into a cup. And
yeah. Maybe it was mice or rats into cups.
Yeah, because I think that was where Ron's wand was still broken, and he got a cup, like a goblet with a tail and furry.
Yes, yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
So she
was that in the third movie or the second movie?
No, that's the second movie.
That's the second movie. But that
because that's where she was. That's where in the movie. That's where, and they were doing that in class.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. And so yeah, so in the book, in the third book, it is explained that like you can teach yourself how to be an animagus, which this comes up like later too with another character, not as an animagus, but with something with an ability that's similar.
Because the Ministry of Magic has a registry of everybody that is an animagus, and basically in the book 3, they and which was completely left out of the movie. So you didn't even know that the Ministry of Magic had this registrar of anybody that could turn into was an animagus. So basically, we've got the 3 characters. So we've got Sirius, we've got James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and then we've got Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin is a werewolf, and then the other 3 basically became animagus to support him, to give him that support that he needed and all that sort of stuff. And like they had left all that out, and together they managed to create that map and all that sort of stuff. So all of that was left out. All that content was left out of the movie, which is a shame, because I think it would have given Sirius's character a little bit more substance. Because, I mean, he's a big part of the book, yet in the movie he sort of wasn't. He was just this threat. I mean, he was that in the book as well, but I think just in the movie he was I don't think they did it justice.
I loved the end of this book. I thought it was so funny when Harry went home and talked shit to his uncle.
Yeah, fully. Gave him a mouthful of cheek.
I was like, this is the best.
That's right, Harry. You tell him. You tell him.
Yeah,
it was a win for Harry.
I also think with the third, a difference between the third movie and the third book is that we see how stressed out Hermione is in the third book more than we do in the third movie. Like we see that she's rushed, and we see that she clearly is trying to be in more than one place at one time, but I don't feel like the movie explains it very well.
No, because all you had in the movie was her popping up in classes and Ron going, "Where'd she come from?
Where'd you come from? Where did she go?" And then like at the end she's like, "Oh, I have this time turner," or whatever, but like it's not really explained as to what she's doing with it. I also feel like the big fallout, if you want to call it that her and Ron have, is not depicted in the movie.
No, not at all. There's a little bit of dialogue in the movie of him saying that like there wasn't the blood on the sheets, that because Pettigrew was again staging his death. So basically there was no blood on the sheets, and there was no argument between Ron and Hermione in the dorm room about the cat eating the rat and all that sort of stuff. And basically, and then there was just a dialogue as they were walking through a corridor, or they were walking somewhere, going somewhere, and there was just a dialogue. You got to get your cat under control and all that sort of stuff.
They have quite literally a fight where they don't speak to each other for like a chunk of time. I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks where they don't talk to each other, because it takes them going down to visit Hagrid for Hagrid to say, Hermione has been down here helping me, whatever, with my defense for Buckbeak, which that's not
because none of that is even in the movie either. That is, and then he's like,
you should give her some grace, blah blah blah, and it takes Hagrid talking to Ron and saying, and Harry, and saying like, you're being stupid, basically.
And then they find that Scabbers is down in Hagrid's sugar bowl or whatever he was in. Like, you'd be tipping that sugar out. But like there was so much that could have, like, that was left out of the movies, like, which is, now that I've read and seen it, is a little bit disappointing. I think for the writers, and even like the author who was supposed to have had a hand in scripting these, and that for her to leave that important stuff out, because it also in the book you've got that whole thing with the three best mates and all the rest of it, and the fact that Sirius is after Peter Pettigrew because he betrayed Lily and James, whereas everybody has thought it was Sirius, and like all of that is left out as well, really. Like they only sort of just touch on it, like that he was made into the secret keeper at the last minute and all that sort of stuff, and that's how the betrayal came about. There was just I felt that there was lost opportunities there to explain it a little bit more.
Yeah, I will say that the way that they did the third movie builds for how okay, well, it's not getting done until we move, so stop.
It's not getting done until we finish that one.
Correct.
Take a break from that one.
I haven't even started that one yet.
Yes, you have. You did a little corner.
I did a line. Now stop. I will say that the way they did the third book builds for the third movie builds for how they do the fourth movie. And there's a reason that the fourth movie is my least favorite movie.
Well, they've got to start cutting out a lot now. The books are
the problem with what they cut, and you'll see, because we're going to start the fourth book. The issue that I have with what they cut out of the fourth movie is a lot of like what we've talked about with the third movie, where what they cut out is so important to the overall plot that not having it makes it so that you'll see where the movies start to truly differ plot-wise from the books.
Yeah.
Okay, that was from Jean, not now.
I just think it's a really interesting choice, considering, like it's such a prominent series for nostalgia reasons and all that sort of stuff. And even like it was so popular back in the day for it to be picked up as a movie franchise and all that sort of stuff. And the author, even knowing how her books were ending and all that sort of stuff, to not have that stuff in there and explained. I think. I mean, obviously, the author may have been under pressure from the studio to cut extra stuff out because of the budget wise and all that sort of stuff. But still, I think there was a lot of just that foundation, because all the stuff that they cut out, in my opinion, is foundation stuff. Like it's building the foundation of the relationships and all that sort of stuff throughout the book so far, in my opinion.
Well, it gives you that history that you need to like with the professors and the whole shifting into animals thing. Those characters are people from his parents' time, and so it gives you that information that you don't have as concerning them, and what happened when they were alive and in school and stuff.
Yeah,
almost like getting a prequel at the same time as getting your foreground story.
I think one of my favorite lines in the movie, though, was when Sirius is coming out from the Screaming Shack, whatever it's called. Where he's walking out with Harry, and he goes, "Yeah, my friends told me that I should stay a dog, on that because I have a better temperament." He goes, "I love the tail, but the fleas are just not great." I'm like, yeah, I think I'd be down with that too. Yeah, no, I can't remain a dog because the fleas are just atrocious. So yeah.
You know what another part is that I just thought of? It's in the books, but it's not in the movie, which I feel like is detrimental to the movie, and it will be kind of detrimental later on in a different movie. Is that Harry and Snape? They have a confrontation where Snape makes a comment about how Harry's dad used to strut. Remember this confrontation?
Yeah.
And Harry says, "My father didn't strut," right? And then he brings up the fact that Dumbledore told him, I think in the second movie, he tells or the second book, he tells him that James saved Snape's life.
Mm,
And Snape says something about how James put him in danger, and that's why he saved his life. This is never mentioned in the movie.
Yeah, that whole practical, it was supposed to be a practical joke that went a bit awry, and James stepped in and went, that's enough.
I think it's like you see it in a different movie, but it like in a later movie, but it doesn't make a lot of sense without the context that's in the third book.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, just thinking about that. Yeah, and I think I know which movie you're talking about where they're having a conversation, Harry and on that. So it's like but I'm loving the books. Like I'm quite surprised how much I am actually loving them, because normally if I watch a movie before I read a book, it sort of wrecks the book a little bit because you sort of know what's coming. But I'm actually really enjoying learning so much more about the world, and I'm really appreciating the fact that I understand why so many people and so many adults and even children that are coming up through the ranks gravitate towards this series. And I don't think that there's ever been another series like it. I think Amari could potentially be something like Amari and the Night Brothers, because it's the same sort of thing. I think that could be, but
yeah, I think Amari. Okay, I think Amari could be like this generation's Harry Potter for sure. A lot of people. Well, then stand up, Ari. Sorry. A lot of people do compare it to Harry Potter, except that Amari is more of like a Men in Black type of thing than it is Wizards. Stop.
I think the closest thing I can think of to Harry Potter came before Harry Potter, and do you remember that old British movie, The Worst Witch?
Oh yeah, that's a TV show too.
Yeah.
The Worst Witch, yeah. And I think because that was also developed in England as well, and I think a lot of stuff that is like around the wizarding world and stuff like that, you would be able to find comparisons like The Worst Witch, Harry Potter, and any other one around that is centered over in that sort of environment, whereas Amari is definitely like the American style. It's a more Men in Black, as Neva just said. So
it definitely has more of like a Men in Black element to it, but it's also, I'm pretty sure that the author of Amari is American. I know that they're Black. He's a Black man, I believe.
Yep.
And so it to me it makes sense that it would be more of like a Men in Black-esque.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Like, you can definitely tell that, like, the differences, like, in culture, that just wording and how things are done, and that, because I mean, Britain, Scotland, Ireland, all that are steeped in a lot of folklore and all that sort of centered around like magic central sort of folklore and stuff like that. So it's obviously going to come through on the pages, especially if the author is from there, whereas America, not so much. And that's where you get the differences, I guess, and what just the cultural differences and whatnot. So yeah. So does anybody know the relevance of why they eat the chocolate, what that does?
Oh, like every time they get sick or whatever?
Anytime they've expelled, like done a lot of magic or heavy magic or anything like that, and Lupin always gives them chocolate.
So in this context, and actually I think in most contexts throughout this series, it's specifically around the Dementors.
Yeah, it actually has from pagan rituals and everything like that. So when you do a ritual and you expel, like you're putting yourself out there and into the ether and all the rest of it, you eat to ground yourself. And that's why you'll see it after every time something heavy and magic in this book, he hands them chocolate, because it'll help. There's nothing magical about the chocolate. It's just chocolate. But what it does is it grounds you, and that's why it'll make you feel better. Because if you get right into spiritually, like you're meditating and all that sort of stuff, and you're putting yourself out into the ether, you need something to ground yourself back down and all that sort of stuff. So I found that very, like, I've read a lot of books on that subject and all that sort of stuff, and been around rituals and all that sort of stuff most of my life, having Scottish heritage and practicing Wiccan and all that sort of stuff. So there is a lot of that grounding element, and I found that very interesting to see that was actually portrayed in the movies as well as in the book. And I don't like, unless you've read a lot of that stuff, a lot of people wouldn't pick up on that, because that's what it's called. Because there is,
That's cool.
It's got there's nothing magical about that chocolate. It's just purely to ground you, because when you put yourself out, and like, I don't know if anybody's ever practiced meditation or anything like that. When you do meditation, you're putting yourself out there and you're letting yourself go and whatnot. What they do at the end of meditation is they bring you back down and they say, picture yourself that you're coming back to yourself and stuff like that. That's what the chocolate does. I found that really, really interesting as I was reading. I'm like, it's nice to see that they've, like, I knew it was in the movies, but I was like, I wasn't sure whether that was just, a Hollywood thing that they've just put that in. But then it was actually in the books as well. I'm like, that's good that they did that.
And I think some people think that the chocolate has some kind of like he's giving them magical chocolate because they talk about how it brings back, like it makes them feel like warm on the inside. But it's simply because the Dementors have sucked everything, like have started sucking all their joy away. So they feel cold as opposed to feeling.
Yeah, and that's that whole comparison to grounding again. It's bringing yourself back and all that. So I found that really interesting that it was in there.
Plus, chocolate brings joy too, right? So,
well, that's exactly right. It does bring joy. Like, who doesn't like eating chocolate? Like, I pulled up yesterday here, and I had a bag of Clinkers, because I felt like some chocolate as I was driving, and I was just snacking on that. Like, it was just a small bag, and my daughter opens it. Oh, were we snacking, Mum? I'm like, yeah, leave me alone. I had a bag of chocolate. Made me happy. Leave me alone.
I need a bag of chocolate. There's no bag of chocolate here.
There's no bag of chocolate here either. I got a bag of CCs. That's it. So I'm just trying to think. My favorite scene in the book, and I don't know what this is about me as a human, but anyway, my favorite scene in the book and in the movie is where Hermione bitch slaps and like bitch slaps him in the Draco in the book, but punches him fair in the snoz in the movie. I thought that was like, you go, girl. You put him in his place.
That was the beginning of their love story. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I feel like that's like a great.
Was that the equivalent of Draco pulling her hair? Oh, the other one was where they done the time turning, and she heard them behind them down at Hagrid's thing, and she's looked, and where she's standing behind the tree, she's looked at the back of herself, and she goes, "Is that what my hair looks like from the back?" I'm like, nice. Of course, that's what you're going to say. You were going to say something, Neva, before you're muted? No, I thought you were mid talking and Ari said something. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think overall for me, I gave it a 4.5 star rating for the third book. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I loved all the backstory. I sort of, every time Harry sort of gets close to having some sort of normality, like family and stuff like that, I find myself sort of tearing up, and, because you just want that for Harry, just to have that where he doesn't have those mean people in his life. And, oh, my God, Vernon's sister is such a horrid person. Like, in the book, she is just atrocious. And, like, in the movie, you don't even really get that sense of how atrocious as a human she is. And how she treats Harry. Like, that was just devastating. And there was something quite interesting over in, I think it was Nora B in Discord said, she said one of her friends refused to read it because of the abuse in the books. And she sort of asked how like we felt about that. For me, I mean, I don't like the abuse or anything like that, but it is something that happens, especially in, where kids are fostered in, and like it is a very normal thing. And I think having that in there and the growth that I've seen so far of Harry, that he's rising above that and trying to move on, I think it was very relevant to put into these books because, I mean, I know some of the foster kids that I've met through my life and stuff like that. They usually are readers, and they usually fall into these stories, and they do like to find people that they can relate to and stuff like that, as we all do with books that we read. I think that it's a really good series. While I don't really like the fact that Harry's being abused and stuff like that and treated so poorly, I think it's good to have it in there to show kids that you don't have to accept the status quo. You can rise above it and you can be more than. I think it's while it's not great that it's in there, but I think it's a very poignant part of the story because that's essentially what it is. He's not accepting the status quo, and he's not being less than, as we can see him getting more sassier as he goes on towards his uncle and stuff like that. So what are your opinions on the abuse that's in it?
I was going to say something similar. I see the abuses in the book, but I didn't feel like the book promoted the abuse of children. I didn't feel like they made it okay, or I felt like, that it's wrong. It's talked about. And I wondered if there was a specific part of the book that person had read that gave them the feeling that it was being promoted as okay or normal.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
I agree. I think that it's more, it's not about saying abuse is okay. It's about saying that abuse is not okay, but that you can, like you said, rise above it. And I think that's an important skill for all children to have. If you think about it, children can be assholes, especially in school, right? And it's not just home life where abuse is seen. Abuse is seen every day. Verbal abuse, physical abuse in school. That's probably the first place you see it if you don't see it at home, right?
Yeah.
Because kids are mean.
Yeah.
To other kids. And I think that giving representation to somebody who gets treated like shit I think it's okay. That really happens in real life. People get treated like shit.
Yeah.
It really happens to people. And for this character to be able to grow around it, I mean, it's not like it's abuse porn. He's not just taking it over and over again, and there's no resolution and there's no growth. Like, it's a part of what makes him who he is, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's rightly or wrongly, for most people that are broken, that have suffered that and whatnot, and have rose above it, it has made them the person that they are and all that sort of stuff. And I think that for one, I appreciate that it's in the book, because if that gives a glimmer of hope to any child that is experiencing that, and we're seeing a lot of different forms of abuse in these books. We're seeing, Hermione being, called a mudblood and being victimized in that aspect. We're also seeing Hermione being treated poorly by Harry and Ron for being smart. And again, she's also not accepting, what, I am smart, and, I'm not going to accept that. And she still pushes on, and she doesn't dumb herself down, which is usually in real life what happens. You see it a lot where people, whether it be male, female, whatever, basically you see them getting victimized and they dumb themselves down because no one likes to feel that. And I like the fact that this showed that you can be smart. And yes, sometimes people are going to say this stuff to you, but you can rise above it and you can still power on, and you can be the smartest witch of your age, which I really like that aspect. And then, you've got the bullying aspect from name calling and all that sort of stuff. And like, we have to remember that these are written for kids. And so these kids that are reading this need to see that in books and see that these people, the bad guy doesn't always win. Because sometimes if you are in that cycle of abuse, being at home and then at school, and you're in that cycle and you're not escaping that, you can often think that the bad guy always wins. And this actually just shows you that, no, they don't always win. Sometimes they get snotted and sent on their way.
So it's not so much about that the book presents abuse. It presents vitality and resilience against abuse, which you can't display that resilience without displaying the abuse as well.
The trauma that comes with it.
And I agree with you. Kids need that example because kids go through abuse all the time. So, I mean, it might be lighthearted kid bullying abuse, but it's abuse nonetheless. And to see an example of somebody who survives and moves on and sticks and stones a lot of shit, you know, that's a lot of kids need that because they don't get taught sticks and stones anymore.
No.
And they fall apart.
Yeah, and like I know from when, and this is probably the same for you too, Coda, you know, when we were at school, the teachers, like rightly or wrongly, I think that this actually did teach a little bit of resilience in younger children. You know, that whole nursery rhyme, sticks and stones might break my bones. And however it goes, I can't even remember it now. But
words will never hurt me.
Yeah, words will never hurt me. So we had that adage growing up that these were just words. Yes, they do hurt, but these were still words. We can move on from them and stuff like that. And I think that these books have been a solace for a lot of kids that have gone through what Harry's gone through, what Hermione's gone through. Even Ron's, you know, he is thought lesser than what he is. You know, considering how magical his family is, how he has a close-knit family and all that sort of stuff, but he's looked down upon because he doesn't have as much as some of the other wizarding families. And even, you know, even the fact, like, I mean, it was my favorite part. And as I said, I don't know what that says about me as a human, that Draco's getting snotted. I mean, I would never advocate violence, but sometimes it might be the only way you get through.
Every school has a Draco acting person in it. It's not always a little boy. But everybody has some kind of Draco.
I mean, girls at 9, around 14, 15, they are mean creatures. Like, mean creatures. I
also feel like it's just another, the abuse is depicted as just another form of representation.
Yeah.
Representation isn't supposed to make you comfortable.
No, and that's exactly right.
I feel like, to me personal, like my personal opinion on it is that if you choose to not read a book because it has abuse in it, I mean, unless it's like depicted as, like Coda said, like abuse porn, where it's like clearly like this was written to be something that's like gross, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like a little life.
I feel like to purposely avoid a book because it. I feel like to purposely avoid a book because some kind of representation in it, whether that's abuse, whether that's whatever, mental health, whatever it makes you uncomfortable, it's just keeping you ignorant.
Yeah. I would have to agree with that, because if you've never experienced it before, you've had a very blessed life.
Right.
Because 95% of the people in the face of the earth have experienced some form of abuse. Whether it be bullying, you know, being in a fight, like physical trauma, had abusive parents, abusive grandparents,
abusive teachers. I mean,
teachers. Like, everybody has, and I think that these books are very, very key for, as Neve was saying, for representation and for people to see a light at the end of the tunnel, especially for those, you know, people that are in that constant cycle. Like when I was at school, all our teachers were mean. Oh my God. If you were being a douche, your teacher called you out. Like, I had teachers that used to throw dusters, the old wooden dusters, blackboard dusters, and that with the wooden back on it, peg that shit right across the room, directly at you if you were being an arse in class. Like, you know, I had one teacher.
Back in our day, adults put up with less, and children learned to put up with more.
Which is, whether it's right or wrong, who knows? But we had a teacher, the same teacher that used to throw the duster across the room. If you got called out again, he'd make you come up and stand at the front of the classroom, and he put a chalk dot on the board, and you'd have to put your nose to it and stand there for the whole lesson at the front of the class. So we used to, some of us were like real smart asses, me included, would rub it out when he wasn't looking and move it, and slowly but surely move across the blackboard through the lesson. And all the kids would be giggling every time you'd move. Oh, then we'd be back where we were and you wouldn't know. It was just, yeah. He was an ass. He was an absolute ass. And there was another teacher that I had, an English teacher. She was mean. When she caned people, because she was head of department, so she had the right to cane. When she caned the boys, oh my God, she was a beast. Like, she would like come down, like, I don't know what the hell she was acting out, but yeah. Like, as an adult, I think back to it, I'm like, you lady were a beast. So yeah.
Them boys.
But yeah, as you know, as I was saying, like, everybody, if you haven't experienced it or you choose not to, as Neva said, it just makes you ignorant because you're not willing to learn.
Because I
and stuff
mean,
like that.
the abuse depicted in the books, in my opinion, is far worse than the books depicted in the movies.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that for kids, because ultimately we do have to remember. It's not.
Professor Snape was Voldemort.
No, girl, watch the movie. Watch a movie. No, Professor Snape. No, that's Professor Quirrell. Watch the movie. It'll explain it to you. Watch the movie.
Yeah, girlfriend, you don't have two heads anyways. You just got two faces.
Right? All right, stop.
You're supposed to be quiet through a movie. Stop talking through the movie. We're trying to watch it. Shh.
Yeah, you gotta watch the movie. You can't be talking. You'll miss stuff. But in the books, it is depicted much worse. But I think, as a kid who had like a rough life, people didn't necessarily put their hands on me a lot, because they were afraid of bruises or whatever. But like, there's not only physical abuse, right? Because like, we don't really, we see a lot more like verbal and mental abuse when it comes to Harry, especially when it comes to like, now with Dudley, the abuse, it gets a bit more physical, but with Vernon,
Monday, then Tuesday.
it is. Today's Sunday. Now sit down. Stop. But with like with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, I feel like a lot more of it is like them yelling at him a lot.
Yeah, which is a lot of verbal abuse, psychological abuse.
Yeah, making disparaging comments.
Yeah, withholding abuse, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And the occasional, picked up by the back of the collar. I mean, as a parent, like, there's been plenty of times where you've grabbed your kids by the back of the collar and you've, right, into your room, off you go.
Right.
There's no real physical abuse. And I think, like, as someone that has been physically abused by a parent, I can honestly say the words and the emotional and mental trauma caused by the words of you're less than. And so that's what, I guess that's why I'm looking at it a little bit different, because I actually, went through that with my parents and stuff like that. So, and I think I even said in my newbie tag, like, I don't think I've got anything to bring to the table. Like, I'm a 54-year-old woman and I've still feel like my voice shouldn't be heard, because I was always taught that, like, it was drummed into me that I was stupid, I was an idiot, I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm like, I am actually an extremely smart person, but I dumbed myself down because it was safer to do so. And that's why I think in these books it's really good that this is being depicted, because it's showing that these kids, even though they're experiencing this trauma, they're rising above it and they're becoming what they're meant to be.
And not like growing up, like for me, like there was a lot of like mental and emotional abuse. I mean, my dad is trying to, undo it or whatever.
Yeah.
Not undo it, but like reverse it, I guess. I don't know how to explain it to somebody that doesn't understand what I'm saying. But like,
well, they're trying to make amends, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
But like my mom never did that, right? So like she was, the woman had a sharp tongue, that's all I'm gonna say. But like, as someone who's also gone through like domestic violence situations where that has been physical, it was much easier for me to heal from like physically being abused than it is to
be mentally abused,
mentally or psychologically abused. So, and I think that that's also shown like because like Harry doesn't necessarily especially in the 3 books that we've read, he second guesses himself a lot. And he is consistently the one that is like praises Hermione or says things like, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, and she turns it around a lot and is like, really, Harry, it's you, or whatever like that, right?
But it's also, I think that is really key that you brought that up, because that is also important to talk about, because it's also showing how we don't need to tear each other down. We can actually support each other. And even though that is they're turning it around, I think that it's equal on both parts, because he's always saying, you know, we couldn't have done it without you. And you've got Ron going, you're bloody brilliant. I love how he says, bloody brilliant. I just love it. You know, like, you know, they all are supporting each other. And then you've also got the adults. It's also showing the kids that are reading these books that there are adults that are going to have your back. They may have it in a roundabout way, but they still have your back, you know, and these kids are developing those foundation friendships that we all need. And I think that is very key, that is depicted as well, because it does show that you can rise above it and you can find people that are going to support and love you for all your quirks and weirdness and all the rest of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, and their reactions to the bullying are good examples too, right? Like when they're bullied by Draco, like some kids would go off and punch him or start a fight, and they don't do those kinds of retaliations. They rise above, like you said.
Except for Hermione in the third one.
Except for Hermione, you know, but eventually, you know, you can only take so much before you snap.
Oh, she snapped him. Snapped him right across the face. So yeah, but I just said overall, like, it was a very interesting point that was brought up over in Discord, and I appreciate that point has been brought up, because it has actually opened up dialogue, and you know, it may even be that because I believe it was someone else, like she was saying, and refused to read them. And all that sort of stuff, whereas Nora's actually reading them. So it might be a way for Nora to even discuss this, you know, with her friend and open her eyes a little bit, because without discussion, you know, the blinkers just and all that sort of stuff. But I'm really appreciate, like, my girls have read these books, and like, I think like Savannah's first copy of the first book like fell apart. She read that first one so many times before she got the second one, and then she ended up getting a box set. And this was all before she became a dude. Yeah. So basically, and they've still got their copies and all that sort of stuff, and they often read them, and they do all the fanfic and all the rest of it. So I'm starting to really get an appreciation of their love for this story as well. And then on the other scale, I've got a friend of mine, Gail. She reads them like you, Neva. She reads them all the time, pretty much starts reading them again, reads the whole series. And we were talking about it last night, and also she said the same thing about Peeves being written out of the movies and everything. Devastated. Like, he's such an integral part.
He's such an important character, and so much stuff in the movies had to be rewritten. Even just in the first 3 had to be rewritten to make it look like other characters were doing the things that Peeves should have been doing, and sometimes it doesn't translate very well for another character, you know, to deliver a message or to cause a commotion or whatever. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense for like another student to do some of the things that they had to rewrite when they wrote Peeves out.
Well, and I feel like so far anyways, nearly Headless Nick isn't even as important as Peeves, but he's made the movie.
Yeah. I think in all of the house ghosts make the movie. In one depiction or another, they all make the movie. And I feel like to write Peeves, I don't know. I felt like Peeves was such like a main character. Yeah, because he just makes the students' lives so much more difficult than it needs to be. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and he's just loud and obnoxious and kind of dumb, you know what I mean? But like, I felt like to write him out.
It was a choice.
Yeah,
I don't think it was a very good choice.
It took away some of maybe not like the magic of the world, but like it takes out some of the things that the students go through, because you can't depict some of it. So like when Ron and Harry go to duel Malfoy, right? Like we know no, it's not. Hush. Ari, shh. Thank you. We know like that they're being set up, but in the book, like Peeves is the one that rats them out. He starts yelling about students in the corridor or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're like, shh, Peeves, be quiet, blah, blah. And then they like run away, you know what I mean? But a lot of times, like, it's Peeves that rats students out, not other students.
Oh, he dobs on them everywhere. And I think that would have made it a little bit more, like, for the movies, there's certain scenes that he would have been perfect in because it would have added that level of intense to it. It would have made it more intense. It would have had you more sitting on the edge of the seat. But, you know, again, I'm looking at this as an adult, you know, like the movies, like when I sit back and I go, Jesus Christ, no wonder Dharma Jane had nightmares from, you know, Harry Potter 2 with the bloody big ass spider in it. And I'm like, and no wonder Savannah's like got a fear of spiders because she has an unnatural fear, you know, because they've seen these movies at a young age and whatnot. But yeah, like, but as an adult and whatnot, I think that a little bit more Peeves would have added a lot more to the story for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can, if you pay enough attention between the movies and the books, you can see where he was written out, like where his character was the character that did something that was portrayed by a different character in the movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like it was just such a missed opportunity. Because I feel like a lot of people were excited for Peeves, like just as excited as they were for like the actual movies to come out. They were excited to see Peeves, and then he's just like.
I mean, we've seen him a fair bit in the books already. Is he even more prominent as the books go on? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, he causes a lot. He caused a lot of havoc. Good old Peeves.
I look forward to it.
He really is a character that is relevant throughout the entire book series.
I'm looking forward to it because so far he's been quite as soon as you hear it, like read the name, or if I'm listening to the audio and I hear Peeves, I'm like, oh, here we go, something's going down. So yeah. But yeah, overall, I think it's a fabulous series. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to getting into the Goblet of Fire. Yeah, it's a little bit more chunkier than the other books too, which is great. Which means that we're going to have a whole shit ton more, and I'm looking forward to it. So have you got anything else to add, Coda? You want to add anything else?
No, I want to compare covers.
Oh, yes.
Okay, hold on. I'll show you
mine. Did we do it already?
Hold on. My Audible cover is different, too. Hold on. Please hold. Wow, this is embarrassing. Hold on.
You're a little bit quicker with the spoilers tab.
That's because that's only one button.
Hang on a second. I've got to close down 500 apps that I've got open.
No, I don't even need to do that. I just had to find the stupid book.
Oh, fair enough. Wow, they're all very different.
Yeah, because Coda's cover is like the original American.
Let me just
cover.
make Coda's bigger. There we go. Hold it up.
Yeah, Coda's is like the original American cover, and then mine is like the new American cover. Hold on, I think I might actually be able to make this. Hold on.
Sorry, Coda, I just cut you off there. That's it. You're finished with your show and tell.
Here we go. Don't make me go away. I'm just gonna open it. Here you go.
Yeah. Oh wow, that is it. Heaps different, hey?
Because on
Fair
this, like, I feel like these new ones, they depict like an important
Scene
in the book.
Yeah. And this is my one. I have a dragon.
That one's also like an important scene in the book.
That one's cool.
Yeah.
I like that one.
All right, let's get us all back. Here we go. We're all back. Yeah, so I'm super excited. So if for those that have just joined us, obviously we haven't got to all the comments or anything. We've been talking for an hour now. We've just done the wrap up and everything like that. And I'd just like to say thank you, Neva, for coming in on a day that you don't normally do sprints and tired as well. So I appreciate you coming in. I really do. But anybody that is joining us, because I know that there is quite a number of people that are going to now drop into the readathon. Read along, not readathon. Basically, over on Discord, which you can find all that information down below, there is the breakdown of how we're going to be reading this. As you can see, we've broken it into 5, and we're going to be reading approximately 120 pages, between 120 and 140 pages today, for those, because of all the different editions out there have different page numbers. So I'm going to the top of chapter 10 is where we're going to today. So that makes it nice and easy for those that are doing it by audio as well. All right, we can take down the spoilers a little banner now, which I know where that is, so I can hide that now. I'm looking for it everywhere, and like you can't half miss it in the back of your house, and I still missed it. So that just says a lot about my eyesight, really. So let's have a look and see who is here. I'm just going to say, everybody that said hello, thank you very much for saying hello. I'm probably going to skip most of those, and we'll just go through. Jean saying that the third book is her favourite. Chris is saying hello to the trio. Lexi has finished the Hex and got all the pups settled down, so hopefully can read. We also have Jess here and starting Killers of a Certain Age. Elena, is here as well. Lexi is saying that book 4 is their favourite and can't wait to start after I finish 3. There was a lot of hellos at the beginning. Just seeing if there's anybody here. Christina's also joined us as well, doing the read along. So I am just going to skip across a lot of these. I have seen them all, and thank you for all commenting and all that sort of stuff. I believe it's called The Philosopher's Stone everywhere but the US. Yeah.
I think it might be.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is, because even the European
They think
ones,
Americans are stupid. It's fine.
I don't think
that's just what it is. We're the when books are like redone, it's so they can be Americanized.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
They did it with Good Girls Guide to Murder too.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
What was it called elsewhere?
No, I mean, like, the book is still Good Girls Guide to Murder, but she's a UK author, so she writes like 999 instead of 911. And they change things in the American version to fit America.
Okay.
Because they think we're stupid. It's fine. It's fine.
Because I'm not even going to question that. I'm just going to trust your judgment on that one. Like, I just, surely people would know that 999 is not your emergency number.
Supposedly they also changed like the cities and stuff. Like supposedly, but I don't know about that. I've never actually read.
They don't always do that. Not with every book, but when they do that, they do.
But supposedly in the UK version of Good Girls Guide to Murder, she writes 999. She does not write 999.
I will have to check that, because I didn't pay attention to that bit, because I've got the book, so I don't have them here with me. But I'll check that and see if ours has been changed to 000, because our emergency number is 000.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah. Christina's saying weird, because we were looking up the family tree and it showed Draco's son and Hermione's daughter end up marrying.
So this is this is always possible. I mean, eventually the the families are going to intersect, especially if you try to stay as like a mostly wizarding family. They're going to intersect because in canon, this is not a spoiler because I think pretty sure everybody. Well, I'll put a spoiler thing up really quick.
Yeah.
As long as you've seen all the movies, this is not a spoiler. In canon, Ron and Hermione are married by the end of the movies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense that eventually the kids of the original trio would intersect with other people that they went to school with.
Makes sense.
Yeah, generational, right?
Yeah, I don't know how it would be around the dinner table.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it makes sense that would, or that could happen.
And let's put it this way: I don't think I want to go to Christmas dinner. That's gonna be that shit's gonna be intense.
That's train wreck. I'm over here.
Coda's there for the drama. Burgess is from Europe in Portugal and said it's called the Philosopher's Stone there as well.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. But if you think about it, the second movie when Ron tried to turn Scabbers in, it could not. Yeah. Now that we've read 3. I agree with Nicole about the third movie does not do the justice to the book. Yeah, definitely not. And we're going to see that more and more as we go on now. So yeah. And it helps she was giving the help she was giving Hagrid, was also left out as well. Yeah. That whole there was a whole lot of stuff in the book about the execution of what's his name, Buckbeak. And Buckbeak. And there was a whole heap of dialogue there about even Ron was helping with stuff as well at one stage, trying to find doing lawyer research, I guess, trying to find dates and stuff where other animals were not executed and stuff like that. And so that was all left out. And there was they lost the first case, then there was an appeal in the book, and it was all not there. So
they were much more the whole trial of Buckbeak thing was much more involved.
Yes.
In the movie, in the book, it seemed like in the movie it was like Buckbeak attacked after being provoked by Draco, and then they were like, kill him. Like that's how it seemed in the movie.
Yeah.
It was like that's all that happened.
Yeah, and then we get that whole scene where Hagrid's skimming rocks down at the lake.
No,
and they're like, what's wrong? And he goes, oh, he's getting executed. Yeah. That was it. That was the whole thing. Emily also joined us as well, is reading Babel and Iron Flame. Courtney is here as well. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Dumbledore telling Harry that James saved Snape was in the first movie.
Okay, I mean, whichever book it was in, it was either the first or the second. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I know.
As we're going on, these are the discussions are going to get where we're bringing stuff in from the other books as well, because we're reading the series and stuff like that.
And I will say that as many times as I've read these books, once we start really reading the books, it's going to be hard for me to remember what things happen in exactly which past book.
Mm-hmm. And then they do start to blend because this is a series, so it's a continuing story where we're doing a year in the life essentially of these characters, so they are going to start to blend, which is good because it also is helping you understand what's happening in the books now as well. If you're going back and going, this happened, that happened, and that's why this is happening, we're going to get a lot of crossover and stuff like that. So just be aware that that's what's going to happen with our discussions. Reading an Arcanite, who we are in real life, sounds very interesting, sounds very thrillerish. The first time when they are hiding in the pumpkins, what does Harry Granger see or think she sees? They think that...
I think this is when they're talking about when the executioner comes for Buckbeak. The first time.
Milk expired.
Abuse is not okay, but it does happen. Leaving it out of the books would be like pretending it didn't happen. That's exactly right. And I think and that's where we're all saying, it's good that it's in there. And basically, it's opening up dialogue. You know, even if it opened up a dialogue between a couple of kids that were reading it, and they go, "Well, does this happen to you?" and all that sort of stuff, and it helps them to navigate that. I think it should be part of the book as well. Not great, and it should never happen, but unfortunately it does. You can always choose how to respond to abuse too. Do you rise above it or become the caring person or continue the cycle? That's exactly right. Exactly right. Spoilers are where we're talking about things that are happening in the book or movie. Yes, that's exactly right. Neville is another one who had a hard time but rises above it. And he's also not portrayed a lot. Like I think he's an integral part of the books, and basically he is just such like almost a third character. Like
you don't see him
secondary.
In the movies. We don't. Well, this might be a spoiler. Hold on.
Maybe you should just leave that up.
In the books, I feel like we see a lot of Neville. He's kind of like a fourth to the original trio.
Mm-hmm.
In the movies, we don't really see his character really at all. Like, he's not like a really important character until like the fifth movie. Maybe like the middle of the fourth movie.
Even then, not really.
But the fifth movie is where he starts to like really shine.
Yeah.
From the fifth to like the seventh movies.
Mm-hmm.
But the books, like he's even when he's just sprinkled in, he's still like he still has like main character energy.
Yeah. I agree with that, most definitely. What was I up to? There was a teacher in school I went to in second grade, so like 7 years old, that would put paper bags with holes cut out on the children's head.
Wow.
I'm so glad they have better screening now for teachers. That's just wrong on so many levels. Leave them there until the other kids came back, adding more shame. Yeah. See, I had that situation with a teacher and my youngest. She used her mobile, and another teacher lost her proverbial over it and was going to suspend her, even though it was me on the phone telling her that I was leaving town and whatnot. And the teacher knew it was me on the phone, and they suspended her. So I pulled her out of class because I knew the principal was going to go down there and go down to her classroom and embarrass her. And he got there and he was so cranky. Like, all the kids, like, they all had their phones because they're messaging my daughter while she's sitting beside me at home, that he was so pissed off because he couldn't make an example of her because I beat him to the punch. Needless to say, that teacher doesn't like me very much. And I don't have to deal with him anymore because I have no children in school. When did you want to start the buddy read? I think you've already answered this.
I asked her which one it was. I didn't answer though. So yeah, Vanessa, we can start tomorrow. I was just looking. I had to go grab it to see how long it was.
Yeah.
Because I'm behind on so many things. But you said my arcs won't go away as long as it still says 40 some odd days left on my shelf, right?
Yeah, yeah. And if you download them to your Kindle, they'll never go away.
Oh. That's cool.
If you have e-arcs and you have them send, you'll have to go into your Kindle settings, like on your Amazon account. You'll have to go in and you'll have to add. They give you the address. Like,
yeah, I already have it. I already have that all done.
So as long as you did that and you send the e-arcs to your Kindle, they won't ever go away.
Still review them.
Yes.
Within the 53 days or
they
whatever,
just
right?
might disappear from your NetGalley app
shelf. Yeah. App.
But you can still go in and review them. You just won't be able to open them like on the web browser or in the app.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure I can finish them after I finish this, because a couple of them said they archived on the first, but that won't matter as long as I've downloaded it, is what you're telling me.
Right. As long as you downloaded them to your Kindle, it won't matter.
All
right.
You'll still be able, it'll still give you the review option.
Kristen says, go. Yep. You were saying? Sorry, Kurt, I didn't mention that.
So yeah, Vanessa, we can start tomorrow.
What book is it?
World War Z.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I like that book.
So it looks pretty short, so we'll just tear it up. Let's do it.
We're going to get you to be buying books before you know it.
I'm behind on Dune anyways, so I'm just going to have to finish that later.
I finished it on the weekend.
I'll still
And
get
I
it finished before.
And I finished
Mary.
Fire yesterday.
I don't think Dune's getting finished until we're moved. I need to be able to like diamond paint or something while I listen to it.
Mm.
Oh crap!
I can't work while I listen to it because I miss things. But like I need to be like doing something mindless while I listen to it.
I like Nicole's copy. I learned that Heartless Hunter in the US version and Fairy Loot came out with a book called Crimson Moth UK version. Same book. Oh. Yeah, that's like Shifting Fog by Kate Morton. It's called Riverton House, I think, everywhere else in the world, but here it's called Shifting Fog. I cannot find why.
What's my abominable?
Sorry, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, we've discussed this before. So like
Yeah.
in the US, a philosopher is more like Socrates would be like a
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
who makes philosophy.
Yeah. Puritan issues. Like Puritan issues. Vanessa says, I'm glad you have the spoiler thing because I can mute while you talk about spoilers. Yeah, that's why we do it.
You're welcome.
And then unmute when you take it down. That's right. That's why it's there. Well, originally it was just going to be a sign. Coda was just going to do this across the screen. Neville is Harry's generation of Peter. No, I don't think so.
Because Peter Pettigrew is a weasel the entire time, in my opinion.
Because even the teachers say in it, you know.
Because
the one that just was hanging around all the time, like they didn't give him a status, so to speak.
Yeah, he didn't have I don't even think that he really had. I mean, from the way that they talk. Okay, all right. From the way they talk about it in the third book, like he wasn't even necessarily their friend. Like they almost felt bad for Peter. They didn't, and so they kind of brought him into the fold, feeling bad.
Yeah,
for him.
it was definitely a pity friendship.
People actually love Neville, so I don't feel like that's a great comparison.
No, I don't agree. Sorry, Christina. We
love you,
to disagree. We love you, but we're going to disagree on that one. But we encourage open discussion and your opinions. Please put them in. Don't think just because we may disagree with what you're saying, that's the whole point. And you know, it could be that hey, maybe we are missing something on that. So please, at any time, if you've got something to say, put it in the comments. And as I said, we're skipping the hellos and all that sort of stuff. This is very interesting. Somehow, Harry Potter ending has not been spoiled for Vanessa yet, which is good. That is good.
Well, and we also haven't spoiled it for her yet because I put up the little
That's
banner.
what she's singing, yeah.
Yeah.
So she doesn't even know what we said because she muted it.
Yeah. We could be talking trash about you, Vanessa, and you wouldn't even know. We're not, just saying, but you can always postpone it if you want, Coda.
Yeah, let me know when's the latest you would want to postpone it because I thought you were trying to get it done before March, but yeah, just let me know if we can do it a few days. Then that'd be cool because then I could maybe at least finish June and the arc. I
was wondering if you can send me through what your buddy reading schedule is for March, so I know what you're reading. So if I finish Anna Green Gables, we can pick up another one.
We all know what this buddy list is. That's my whole TBR, you guys. Every book I read is with somebody, and I love it.
I swear to God, I need to find more people to buddy read with because I don't think I have an actual buddy read. Well, okay, I am buddy reading Throne of Glass with Kelsey and Rainey. We're doing one book a month because we've started Crown of Midnight now, which is great. But I will, and we have a schedule for that. But I don't think I have another buddy read outside of that scheduled until is it June? I think when Katie and I are going to read the third Housemaid book,
which I'm going to be reading with you. I'm jumping on that buddy read because I'm going to read the other two first.
I need to
okay, I'm going to message you then because it's possible that we're doing some kind of sprint or something with that one.
Yeah, cool. No worries. I'm going to read the other two first to catch up with you, and then because I'm really keen to read her. So yeah,
they go quick, so
Yeah.
you'll have no trouble getting.
yeah. I'm probably gonna do them in April.
Yeah.
I would say March, but I know that my TBR is going to be about 16, and I don't know what my TBR is for March. That's why I haven't put one out yet. So in place of my TBR, March TBR will be my Women's Prize for Fiction predictions video, because I'm doing that every March. So I watched June last night, tried last year, wasn't interested. I actually enjoyed it this go around. Awesome. I did not watch it on the weekend. I was far too tired. I watched Harry Potter and went to sleep. Not saying that Neville is bad. I love Neville, but he hangs around the others. Is how I had.
No, because I still feel like they accept him as their friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I still feel like they
and they also they interact with him and get opinions as well. Like he's got more dialogue in, like,
I suppose if you compare like Neville in the movies,
yes, then
I guess you could compare like the movie version of Neville to Peter Pettigrew, kind of, maybe. But in the books, he's way too prominent to be just hanging around.
Yeah. Much appreciated. Wouldn't be the first time that things have been spoiled, I'm assuming. I can't say what I really think about Neville because it has not come up yet in the series yet. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, it took me a hot minute to figure out why Nicole's background looked different, and I remember. Hello, Monica. Yes, I'm on location. I should have probably put that, Nicole, on location. We can start at March 1st if that's
right.
better.
And I said okay, and then Christina reminds us that Anne is starting to. So my buddy reads for March are now World War Z with Vanessa, Anne of Green Gables with you guys and Tina, and then A Little Life with Rainey, and with notes Nicole. I have Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, or whatever it's called, the other Susanna Clark book, which is also a monster. It's like pretty big. And then Such Sharp Teeth, I think, is the one I'm reading with Jean. That's out of
I was jumping on that one with you as well, but I don't have the book, so
I think it's on Kindle Unlimited because she was trying to make sure that whatever she picked off the list was for free.
Yeah, I'll have to go and check, but it might not be on Kindle Unlimited because sometimes it's not.
Oh, okay.
For me, yeah.
Well, let me know.
Yeah, I will. Katie says yes. It's let's go. Excited to have you join, Nicole. That's awesome. I'm glad you're excited because I'm excited to read those books. They're sitting there because they're on Kindle Unlimited and they're sitting there, and I'm like, I'm going to put them in, and I'll probably actually read them in May. I'll put them on my list, and then I'll have to read them in May because the Kindle Unlimited mayhem. So yeah, makes me get up to date. I got 32 more pages read before I'm done with this book. Awesome. And at that note, we are at the end of the comments. If I've missed any of your comments pertaining to Harry Potter, I do apologize. But yeah, you can always put it back in again, and I'll be happy to cover it in the next one. It's just that we do this discussion to begin with, but that is the end, unless anybody's got anything to say.
What should I order for dinner tonight? Oh, about the book. Sorry.
You should order calzones for dinner. It's Monday night.
I was thinking about calzones.
Yeah, calzones. That's what you should order for dinner because I don't have my stuff here to make them, so I can eat vicariously through you. It's Sunday. It feels like a calzone night.
It does.
For you. Yeah, it's Monday for me. You know, but Sunday feels like
the same one I got last time too, because there's something about green olives and blue cheese and pepperoni that goes so good together. Oh.
Coda's having calzones for dinner. Did Nicole see where Shannon was trying to convince Neva and
this happened last night?
No, I started watching it and it was late here when I started watching it, And I think I got about 5 minutes in and I thought, you know what, that's tomorrow night's visual.
She's a chaos agent.
I love that. The chaos agent. I don't know whether Katie and Neva would actually like Trespassers.
I
to
hate-
be honest.
If it is any consolation, I absolutely hate the cover.
I
would
read
never-
the synopsis and yawned.
like,
Sorry,
the
no offense.
synopsis did not sound great. And also, I would never buy the book physically because the cover is just terrible.
It was, the colors weren't even good.
And
No.
like, why do I have a woman, like half of a woman's body smoking a cigarette? Like, I just
The other
Okay.
half of her is done smoking the cigarette.
I guess
So,
so.
it's like, this was not one of my favorite books from the Women's Prize for Fiction last year. So it is centered, I can't even remember their names now, but it's centered around a woman that I'll just say this, Ireland books, anything set in Ireland around the political structure, the Catholic Church, and infidelity, which this had all of it, okay, doesn't float my boat, and I'm never going to give it a good review.
Fair enough.
But I do understand that people love that stuff. And if that's you, by all means, read the book. You'll probably really enjoy it. If you don't like that sort of content in a book, then you're probably not going to enjoy it. And it's going to be a less than book for you. And that's what that was for me. It was a less than book for me. Like, it's just not something that I like reading about. I really don't like infidelity, especially like when families are going to get hurt by it. That's even like I can handle people cheating, having affairs because of, the other partners, whatever the case may be. Like, I can see the rationale on why infidelity happens, but when there's families involved, that sort of puts it on another level for me. But this had the stuff centered around the island political turmoil. It had infidelity in it. And to be honest, I just didn't give a shit. If I had to sum that book up without being PG, I just did not give a flying rat's ass about the people that were in this book. It was just ridiculous.
Well, this one, we're going to take your word for it. Neva and Katie and I all were, I don't know. Neva and Katie, you guys were still thinking about it, huh? But I was like, I don't think so. Nobody asked me, but I still was like, I'm not going to read it.
No one
excited
asked
to
me,
read
but I'm going to
Pod.
put my opinion in because you should have asked. But anyway.
But I'm still super excited to read Pod and A Little Live.
Yeah.
So,
but see, if I had to do like Pod and
Wreckage.
Trespassers, I would recommend Pod before I'd recommend Trespassers.
Well, and I wrote down that other one that you, and it was brought up last night too, that you mentioned that you thought
Children
that
of
I might
Paradise. Yeah.
The
I
other
think
one,
you'll like that.
I'm a fan. 'Cause
Oh,
you
I'm a
told me
fan.
that I
Yeah,
might like
that's
that.
brilliant. That's absolutely
Okay, cool.
brilliant.
Yeah, so I've got me a
Yeah.
little list going of shit to buy when I can buy it.
And another one that I read off the list last year, I don't know if I did my top 5. I can't remember what I did last year because that was a year ago now. But out of the Women's Prize for Fiction last year, I'm a fan. The Queen Bandits is my all-time favorite from the list last year, the long list, and I highly recommend everybody read that one. And if you hate it, that's fine. You can hate it, that's fine. But I think you'll enjoy it. It's a fun read. Like and there's some dark stuff in there, and the darkness and the humor are evenly balanced out, and it's really great in that aspect. I'm a Fan is another one that I really enjoyed. Memphis, was that one on there? Yeah, Memphis was one that I really enjoyed as well. And Fire Rush is I forget what era it's set in, but it's centered around the reggae music in London. And it's got abuse and stuff in it, but it was quite poignant. I really enjoyed it. So that would probably be my top 4. Oh, and Wandering Souls. There's my top 5.
So Wandering Souls.
Yep.
I'm so behind on books, you guys. That's why I was like, I'm gonna start a NetGalley account because then I can get ahead, maybe. Or build up my TBR so big that I can't handle it. It's fine. I'm killing it on Read What You Own.
Yeah, well, that's it. Just got in from doing some shopping at Goodwill Outlet in Colorado Springs. Awesome. Calzones does sound good. Might read A Little Life next month too.
Anybody who wants to join us, I have a breakdown, so just message me on IG and I'll let you know what Rainey and I, because we're spreading it out through the whole month. Like 20 pages a day. It amounts to about 200 pages a week, I think.
Yeah. Adored Trespassers, but I'm not going to recommend it because it's a Marmite book. People either love it or they're bored by it. I fall into the later one. I have the book Little Life. So many people have skipped.
Yeah, same, Riley. If you decide you want to join us, we're spreading it way out so you could read a little bit and see if you're into it or not. Like we have all heard what to expect, but Rainey and I.
Did you know that did you notice I'm sitting here being very quiet?
I know. I love it. I'm excited. I'm excited to read books that you hated just for comparison's sake. Yeah, it's fun to do that with friends. Like,
yeah, I know. And there's no judgment. Like, if you love the book, that's great. My daughter loved the book. She thought it was absolutely fabulous. And that I looked at her and I said, I'm judging you, but okay. She just looks at him. She's like, fuck off, Mom.
I'm like, yeah, you can just read all you want. I'll tell you why. If I do love it, I'll be able to tell you why. And I'll be able to back it up because I'm that good at myself.
We'll discuss. I'm going to watch the train. I'm going to watch the train wreck that it is. Honestly, I don't think Rainey's going to like it. I don't think she'll like it.
I'm not.
I reckon.
I don't know a lot of what Rainey likes and doesn't like, but out of what I've seen that she doesn't like.
Yeah.
Actually, let me put it this way. I haven't read everything Rainey has read.
No.
But out of the books that she's read that I have read, I don't think there's very many that she liked. I think that most of the books that I've read that she's read, she also didn't like.
Okay, so this should be interesting. That's all good. Just made some coffee with creamers. Awesome. And books with Dreamcatcher just joining. Hello and welcome. All right. At that point, we have now twice got to the bottom of the comments. We're going to go to a sprint. And that's I've lost Neva, so I'm not so sure Neva is going to come back for the next chatty bit. So
we'll ping her in the private chat.
I don't know what to do. Someone say something in the comments. No. All right.
We'll just holler at her. She doesn't have us muted. Neva, where are you? Neva, where did you go?
Might be putting Ari. She might be putting Ari to bed. I don't know, or getting her sorted. All right. So the plan today is I am actually going to be finishing at 2 p.m. here, which will be in 4 hours. So for the next 4 hours, we're going to be doing sprints and we're going to be reading The Goblet of Fire. She's on the phone. That's why. If you are joining us for the read along, that is fabulous. We are going to the top of chapter 10 today. Okay. And if you are joining this and watching it a bit later and all the rest of it, and you want to know what the breakdown is for this book, it is over on Discord. You can find Dusty's Discord down below. The link is there. Just click on that. If you have any problems with the link or anything like that, you can contact either Coda on Instagram, myself on Instagram, or shoot Neva a Instagram message, and we'll be, because we're all on different schedules. So I'm in Australia, Neva is on my time, Coda is on American time, and whatnot. So we're all on different schedules. So if you message me and you don't get a message back within an hour or so, just hit up Neva or Coda and they should be able to sort you out and whatnot. So yeah, everything you need to know is over there. If you are someone that has some problems with the author and all the rest of it, please be aware that we are very aware of the situation. We are doing this as a read along, and this is a safe space for you to do so. No judgment is being cast upon anybody for their opinions. or lack of opinions or anything like that. Everybody is welcome here. And I just want to make sure that I reiterate this every time we do a sprint, because I know that some people are not really that happy that we are doing this. But we just want to make sure that everybody knows that we as a collective people here know about the issues with the author, and our opinions do not align with that author. And so, yeah, so basically we're aware of that. We're encouraging people to buy them secondhand and not to buy the books brand new. That way the author does not get any monetary value from us reading along or anything like that. And with that said, if you've got anything to say that is nasty, this is not the place for you to be. You can just go somewhere else and we'll love you anyway, but off you go. Yeah, but off you pop. And yeah, you're welcome to come back when we're finished. And that. So yeah, but please, you know, if you've got something to say, head over to Discord. There's lots of places that you can you know, you can comment. There's other people over there as well. You can comment here and talk about it. We're happy to open up the dialogue. If you've got any questions and you're not understanding something, by all means ask those questions, because Neva is actually a seasoned reader of this series. And she's helping us to navigate some of the things that we may not think is important. And she's like, excuse me. And be
if
careful.
you're new to
She
Discord,
will.
you guys make sure you figure out how to do the spoiler ban.
Yes. So when you do a spoiler in Discord, the little, what do they call that?
I don't know. 2 straight up lines.
Yeah, 2 straight up lines, and then start typing. And then when you finish, do 2 straight up lines again. It's above the enter button on your keyboard. You've got your slash and then the straight up and down. If you do that at either part. Yeah, if you do that at the beginning, 2 of the straight up down lines, and then at the end 2, it will black out your spoilers. Okay, we don't want a spoiler for anybody, and everybody's really good at that. If you're not too sure that and you'd like us to show you, just let us know on the next sprints, and we can do a screen shot and show you how to do that.
I can just put an example in the chat now.
Yep, cool. Thank you. On that. Now, Neva, we're going to go to a sprint for an hour. I'm assuming that you're going to head off to work and you're not going to be here for the chatty bit.
Yeah.
I just wanted to wait until you came back so you could say goodbye. And
yeah, I'm trying to figure out life at the moment because now Ari's sick.
Oh, no. Oh.
But theoretically, I'm going to work because I'm not sure there's anybody that can come in. The other manager is on vacation, so I'm not sure that anybody can actually go in for me tonight. But yeah, I am going to jump off.
Yes, no worries. Well, thank you so much for joining us on a Sunday. We do appreciate that because we know that it's your very tired day, and you're heading off to work for the night. I hope Ari feels a lot better. Like, is she not like upchucking?
Yeah, she threw up. Yeah.
Yeah,
because she said her stomach was hurting, so I told her to lay down. Because sometimes it's just from her. I mean, she was like jumping around and all that stuff earlier.
Yeah,
and then I had muted myself at one point because she got down off the bed and she ran to the bathroom. So she's gonna stay home from school tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, I hope she feels better. Give her a cuddle for me.
Yeah.
And I hope your night goes a bit better as well. That hopefully you can find someone to cover your shift and whatnot, which is a bit of a pain in the backside at such short notice. I feel for you. So yeah. All right, hon. Well, we will catch you on Thursday. On that,
I will be here.
Have a fabulous week. Of course, we'll catch you throughout the week. I'm sure. Like usually, you're hopping on people's sprints while I'm sleeping. So. I'll catch you on the replay somewhere. Have a good night, hon, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Bye. All right, we're going to go for an hour sprint, and I'm so excited. All right, have a good sprint, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Well, hello.
Hello.
Did your dinner arrive? This is the question.
Oh, I walked over and got it because it's just across the street. But yeah.
Cool. Cool. Did you get a pickle? Awesome.
Fried
Nice.
pickles. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very good. I made myself a cup of tea, had a drink of water, and made myself a sandwich as well. And
Nice.
got up to chapter 6.
Holy crap! I'm in chapter 3 because I did some ordering and some walking and some picking up and some walking, some eating.
That's understandable. I didn't do anything else.
Chapter 3 is funny. I love the dynamic with the Dudleys. Not like I love how they treat Harry, but it's funny. Like, I think it's funny.
Just his dialogue with them, like now that Harry's becoming more confident with them, that he's not going to accept their treatment of him and stuff like that, and knowing the things that scare them the most, that he throws them out, that like about Sirius and stuff. So, yeah.
It just cracks me up, and just like he's all, this grapefruit's great, thanks, and then goes and eats some snacky cakes.
Seriously, it's just so I just love the banter. I really love the banter. And yeah, like I don't want to talk too much about what's happening and stuff like that, but it's just one thing that sort of happens. I just crack up laughing because we all know from the first books how obsessed Arthur Weasley is with the Muggles and all their things. I just seen that about milking the snake.
I went ahead and answered that because I'm from Texas.
Yeah, that's just to extract the venom. And they extract the venom to make the anti-venom. So yeah, that's what that is, really.
Just type it in, milking a snake in YouTube, and it won't be anything weird. They put their fangs on like a glass, and the pressure makes the venom release.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I think it's gonna, like, I'm already really liking it. Like there's certain things that are already, I can see that have been left out, I think, if I remember correctly. Around the Weasleys and whatnot, and how, and all that sort of stuff.
So how I am with books, you know how I tell you, like, I read a book and then I read so many that like it only takes like 4 or 5 books before I forget about a book. I used to be like that with movies because I worked at a video store, so I would watch like 6 to 12 movies a week.
Yeah.
Good time.
Yeah, well, yeah. A lot of my friends back in the day used to work at video stores and all that sort of stuff as well. So
dude,
we always had movies.
Job. That was my dream job. I was so good at that job.
It was like everybody's dream job to work there and a record store. Mine was to work in a record store because I was heavily involved in the music industry, like the local music industry where I lived, and like I worked at it was like a What's On street press. So they'd have all the local like indie bands and all that sort of stuff that were playing around town. So you had the What's On, but then they also had articles about them and where they were going, if they were selling out to the man and all that sort of stuff. There was one, like for those that are here in Australia that are in New South Wales, there used to be one called Drum Media. I don't know if that's still around or not. Ours was called Pulse of the Illawarra. And so, because I lived in like southern New South Wales, and worked for them for ages. So seen a lot of bands and stuff like that. But my dream job was to work in a record store. So I did get to do it for a little while, but as work experience, I never actually ended up with a job because I ended up working for the magazine instead, for the street press, which turned out to be a pretty darn good job because I got to see a lot of bands for nothing because reviewing them and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like it was great. And there were some really good indie bands back then as well. So would I do it now? Probably not. Probably not. Too much noise. I'm partially deaf in one ear from it and whatnot. So I've got a ringing with industrial deafness, as they call it. So yeah. Yeah, but it was worth it. It was well worth it. Like it's an era of my life that was amazing. Yeah, seen a lot of like international acts and stuff like that. Not as many, but some that came to the Illawarra. So George Thorogood came to the Illawarra, but it was mostly just Australian bands and everything that I sort of done, and most of the other international bands like Eagles, I've seen Bon Jovi and all that as well. I paid for those myself, but all the Aussie bands and everything, they paid for that, and I'm like, yes, I'm happy to do that. No problem. Not a problem at all. I have no idea where I am in the comments. So you got up to chapter 3. Did you finish chapter 3 or?
No, I'm well, here, let me look at the timer. It's easier to tell. I'm just slightly over halfway through chapter 3.
Cool.
So
Cool.
But it's going pretty fast. I listen to Harry Potter pretty fast.
Yeah, I think I'm listening on my library app. I think it's at 2.5 because anything lower than that, it just seems to be like really too slow for me, and it sort of makes me start nodding off.
That's probably where I'll get to. That's where I ended with the last book. I started this one at like 2.3 or something like that. But then I'll go up as it's been a lot of the first like couple chapters has been a lot of like recap.
Yeah.
I was like,
Definitely.
This is like Wheel of Time. They're recapping. It's way more recap than
we don't normally get this. What's going on? Well, I've got 2 books sitting in my library app at the moment, and the next book is actually not supposed to be released until the 18th of March, and we finish this one up on the 10th of March. And I'm like, I'm going to have to either buy one or I'm going to have to read it with my eyeballs until it comes in. So we'll have to, hopefully it'll come in a bit earlier, but we'll see. But I accidentally pressed on number 6, and I've got the book open to immersive read, and I'm like, this is not matching up. This is not what's written here. What the hell's going on? And I looked, I'm like, oh, wrong book.
Oh, dang it.
I only listened to like 2 paragraphs. So I'm like, because I didn't pick it up straight away, and I'm like, then I'm looking, and I'm like, no, this is not the right book. So it was a yes for the pickles. Vanessa said no, and I'm like, yes. And what sort of question is that? It's always
and
yes.
So I did get pickles. Vanessa, you don't even like them fried, like deep fried?
Oh. I've never had deep fried pickles. I just eat pickles regular. Elena got into 22% into book chapter 5, read 5 chapters, sorry, and going to switch Wanted Island of Fire by Lisa McMahon. Awesome. 25 minutes still, please. Getting a running commentary. Started dinner again. Attempted to start it and had a random power outage. Oh, not good. Wow. And also finished The Housemaid. Awesome. That was quite an eventful sprint for you there. I have 10 more pages to go. Well, you'll definitely finish in the next one for sure. Vanessa ate some dinner, and now I'm doing some work. Awesome. Made it to chapter 8 and had a little crab rangoon. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, I think so.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It sounds like I don't want to guess and make an ass out of myself.
We're not all as fast as Google, right?
Google it though. Oh, it's like a crab wonton.
Well, there you go. I've never heard of that. There you go. Learn something new every day. Went through my papers and notes and random task list. Put stuff in my planner. Awesome. Sarah got midway through chapter 7. Awesome. We're all sort of over the place. The Weasley's household is so chaotic, but I think it's chaotic but warm and loving and open. So I will say that every time Harry encounters something that he's never encountered before. That it always just makes me smile because I can just picture the awe on his face and the feelings that he's feeling. So yeah. Hi friends, I loved your discussion on book 3 earlier. Read to chapter 6 and about to have some pizza. Awesome. I love the feeling of the students from all over the world coming together for an event. Yep. Awesome.
That's her letter.
Hey. What was that?
The letter that the Weasley mom writes.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and put that many stamps on it that the address was so tiny.
And please have him respond the regular way. I'm not sure the postman knows where our house is.
I read that and I'm just like, that is awesome.
I actually laugh a lot during these books. I think that might be one of the reasons I enjoy them so much because it's like
yeah, like there are so many funny moments in this, like just especially around the Weasleys because they are so like they so want to do things the Muggle way, but they're just doing it so comedically. It's just great. Just that yeah, it just sounds wrong. It does a little bit.
Snake milking.
Yeah, it's just and I guess if you don't know what it is, your mind could go to all different sorts of places. But that's what it is. Got 2% of my book read, I think, and going to go for a walk during the next sprint. Awesome. Yeah, I've just been to. I was sitting here looking up where all the things are because I have no idea where I am right now. Like it is so weird. I'm in a house in the middle of Brisbane, and I have no sense of like place, like where the shops are, like or anything like that. So I was sitting on maps before. Where's the IGA? I know that there's an IGA close here because my daughter had mentioned it. So I put that. It's only 500 meters up the road, so I can walk there. So I figured, well, in the afternoon, Mia and I, once I pick her up, come home, she can have an afternoon tea, and then we'll go for a walk up to the IGA and get bread and milk and stuff for the next day. Do that every second day or something. And then I'm trying to find parks. I know that there's water around here somewhere, like we're close to the water. I think it's a 10-minute drive till we're at the ocean. But it's not a beach. It's sort of like a cove sort of thing. So she can swim there without getting annihilated and whatnot. So I'm trying to find where everything is. And it's like, I have no idea where I am. I'm so lost. Send help. We finished chapter 1, but also finished supper and sent hubby back to work. Awesome. 35% into Unwanted Island of Fire. Going to switch my library books. 156 pages and no chapters in this book. Oh, Dune drove me crazy with no chapters. Don't forget to subscribe. I numbered all mine. My book is now officially numbered. And I gave that hot tip as well on my wrap up for it. Hot tip: number your chapters as you go. Makes it so much easier if you drop your because that would be an absolute bitch if you dropped your book and lost your place, because then you would have to try it, like you'd have to read everything sort of roughly where you might have been up to. It'd just be a pain. I'm glad that I numbered them. Doing a community service for my daughter. Just joining. Hello, Christy. Thanks for joining. I'm reading A Gilded Bones by Jennifer Armentrout. Awesome. Sounds good. Just got a notification. I liked pickles when I was younger, but as an adult, not a fan. I get like stuffed olives in the jar, and we also get like little baby pickles as well, and they're really sweet without having the added sugar in there. And I eat those. I usually have them for a snack with maybe some cheese or something like that.
I'm not usually a fan of sweet pickles. I usually stick with dill.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But
I don't care what pickle it is, whether it's a sweet or a dill pickle. I'll eat pickles. I like them. So yeah, I always have them like with ham and olives and cheeses and stuff like that. And I'll have that for lunch or dinner or something.
Are pickles your favorite pickled thing?
No. No. I like olives. But I like what I like to do with the pickles is I wrap the ham, smoked ham around them and eat it that way. It's really nice. So then you get the sweet and the salt and the
You
vinegar.
know, have you ever spread cream cheese on your slice of ham before you roll it around your pickle?
Yes, I have. And that's even better. My husband looks at me as if I'm a weirdo when I do that sort of stuff. I'm like, you have no idea. It is so good. It's so good. If I could live on it, I would like forevermore. I'd probably live on that and pizza. But that's so not good for my health.
Same.
So not good for my health.
Pickles are not bad for you, though, at least. Like, pickles are okay.
Yeah, true. The book has always been my favorite, but the movie was my least favorite purely because of all the stuff they left out. And I would love to have had more time at the Burrow and the Wizard. Yeah, very much agree with that. 55% into a NetGalley arc. Want to finish it tonight behind on my Harry Potter reading. That is okay. Got plenty of time to do it. You'll catch up. They're easy to catch up on. Trying to pass as muggles is so funny. I know, like it is hilarious. Just the things that, like, yeah. There's going to be so much more stuff in the book that's not even mentioned in the movies too. Yeah. Is crab, cream cheese, and seasoning in fried wonton wrapper.
Yeah.
So good.
Good. Yeah, they are good. I just didn't know that's what they were called. I
didn't know what they were called either. I mean, I haven't had it with the cream cheese. I've had crab wontons, fried wontons, but I didn't know that's what they were called. Chrissy started book 4 on audio and loving it. I have the same copy as you, Nicole, and the print is so small. Yes, it is. For those that don't know how small my print is, are you ready to be blinded?
Oh, yeah. Ours is big.
Like, it's that small, it doesn't even focus.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
And there's not much there. Like, there's a little bit. There's probably a ½ an inch margin all the way around. Yeah, yours is a little bit bigger. Not much though. I agree with this, Christina. I love the Weasley's house. To me, it just sounds so cozy and loving, and just everybody's able to just be themselves and whatnot. And I think, like, and Harry is just so in awe of that. Which really comes through on the pages. Dinners will be more interesting than mine. I just had chicken and plain white rice. Yeah, that was so funny. Love the envelope with all the stamps. And I got such a vivid image of it as well. Because I have a friend that has done that.
Really?
Yeah, she had all these, like, she was sending a box to me of stuff, and she had all these stamps that she had to use up because the postage was going up. And so she took them, she went to the post office, worked out how much it was going to cost to send the box of stuff up to me. And then she had all these stamps, because we go and buy our stamps in bulks or whatever. And then sometimes there's a price rise. So we try to get rid of those before. Anyway, she sent the box up to me, but she went to the post office. She had a booklet and stuck all these stamps all over it. Like, there was probably about, 15 stamps all up. Some were $1, some were 50 cents. And then whatever she didn't have left over, the post office put some more on. I'm just like, oh my God. So it does happen. It does actually happen. I just dropped the candy innocent face.
Oh.
I love it when they come to get Harry in this book. I laugh every time.
There's someone at my door. Hold on.
Yes, it was extremely funny. Absolutely. Like, I don't want to say too much because it might be a bit of a spoilers and that. But yeah, once we get into the discussion, I've actually written it down to talk about it, because I was absolutely wetting myself. I just had this image of them all there. Hello, Selena. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Not a fan of olives either. Olives are extremely healthy for you and very healthy for your heart as well. The timer has started. Yes, I know it has started. It's my first day back at uni, so I'll be alternating between uni work and reading The Stand. Awesome. I love deep fried pickles, and I love any other kind of pickles. I am the same, and I love olives too, and I love all sorts of olives as well. And I get this from my supermarket. They have like little baby bell peppers stuffed with cream cheese. They're so nice, so nice. Copy of Goblet of Fire I'm reading is a large print, but it's so heavy. I got it in a little free library though, so it works. That's it. Team Olive, that's awesome. Oh, Team Anti-Olive. I didn't even read that. I just read the first and last word. That's fine. Olives aren't for everybody. I like black olives, but can't stand green ones. Green ones have their place. Black olives are really good in cooking. And why would you deep fry sushi? No, that's just sacrilege. Why would you deep fry sushi? You're taking a healthy food and turning it, or somewhat healthy food, and turning it into an unhealthy food. I ate a lot of sushi. I ate a lot of sushi. I make my own sushi as well. Like, I don't always buy it, but I'll go and get some smoked salmon and make some sushi rice. And I've got this like little tube that makes it, so it's really easy. You just put the nori in, and then you fill it, and then you close it, and then you push the end of it, and it compacts it, and then you open back up, and you've got a perfect like. It's like the big one. I don't know what they call them. That's the larger sushi rolls, not the little mini ones. And it's great. You can fit so much into it.
What did I miss? The neighbors.
There was conversation about all the olives. And then we've got, I like deep fried sushi. And I'm like, no, why would you do that?
So, like, it's like really good for people who don't like sushi. It's a great introduction because everything ends up being cooked.
Yeah.
So if that's something that you're weary of as a new person, they have like a what is the
so a lot of, but sushi covered, there is cooked stuff in sushi.
Yeah, but not
a lot of people get sashimi mixed up with sushi. Sushi is your rice and has a mixture of things in it. So you can have chicken and like cooked chicken and all that sort of stuff, and you can also have like smoked fish and whatnot.
And always cooked, right? Because it's poisonous if you don't cook it. And there's like steak and just regular vegetable sushi, and I totally get what you mean.
Yeah.
However, I like sashimi, like raw salmon.
Yeah. And and baby octopus cooked in basically they cook it, but they cook it in lemon juice without actually going near heat. The lemon juice actually tenderizes it. Yeah,
I've never had that, but I would try it.
It's really nice, really nice. I growing up, I ate a lot of Mediterranean food, and so there's a lot of octopus and fish, and there's raw stuff in that as well, where it's cooked in the lemon juice. Like even the fish, they cook in the lemon juice and stuff like that. We used to go down to the trawlers, and get the fish straight off the trawlers, and then go home and do that. Get the octopus, and really, really nice. I'm making my mouth water because like I'm nowhere near any of that sort of food. I know that where I am.
I could probably get down on that because I like seafood a lot.
Same. My first two partners were divers as well as fishermen. So
Nice.
My husband now, not so much. I don't even think he's ever cast a line. He's definitely a car dude.
I love it when people ask me if I want to go fish, and I'm like, are we going to go river fish or lake fish? Because it's, it's different. And if they're like lake fish, I'm like, sure, I'll go read a book.
What the hell is going on out the front? There's trucks and everything happening out there. I also like not fried sushi as well. That's fine. Isn't that just fish sticks? Go, Christina. Yes.
No, because fish sticks don't have the rice and the seaweed and the cream cheese.
But that's what I would have liked to have said. I wish I had have thought of that when Vanessa said it. deep fry. Is that just a fish stick? I love
I
it.
had fried fish last night for dinner. Fried fish sandwich.
My goal today is finish a check and mate to steal points from Cheetah Girls. Awesome. I have to log a book. I have to find my sheet though because I've relocated and all my stuff's put away, so I don't know where it is. Christine doesn't like fish that much. I love fish. I could eat fish every day. Hoping that I can get some reading done after work right now. I'm just eating some lunch, a ham and lettuce sandwich. We'll be reading Battle Drum after work. Awesome. By the way, guys, I only have one ball left and and you've completed a baby blanket. That is awesome. When did you start it? I feel like you only just started that.
First and I was like, Jean, what
Yeah.
happened in eyeball?
Jean, what happened? Where did the other one go? and just in the blase way. Hey guys, just letting you know, I've only got one eyeball left.
Yeah, one eyeball now.
I did not read near as much as I wanted this past week, but I want to finish the month out as much reading as I can. That's awesome. Generally, I like to cook sushi, not nigori or sashimi. Yeah, the other one, I couldn't think. I wasn't even going to try and remember what the word was because I was going to swear at people otherwise. It was going to come out all wrong. But yes, sashimi is my favorite though.
Yeah. What about
my family just look at me when I start eating it going.
Do you guys have like poke bowl there, or have you ever had a poke bowl?
No, I haven't.
Similar, so you get it comes usually with like a bowl of rice and cabbage.
Yep.
And then it's got whatever kind of fish that you want that's usually tossed with like seasoning and sauce. And you can pick from, usually like the menu will have different options, like you'll have tuna chunks or salmon chunks, but so same kind of concept, but you just they pile all the fish on top of your rice and cabbage, you mix it all up, and it's so good.
I've never had it. I don't think I've actually seen any of the places that I've been to that sell it here, so it might have I've maybe just not noticed. So because I'm pretty I know I go to one sushi store in my hometown, and there's another one over a couple of hours away that I always go to, and I get pretty much the same thing each time because I know that's what I like from each of the stores. Brendan often brings home sushi, and he'll bring me different stuff. Like he always gets like the salmon and the tuna fish and all that sort of stuff for me, but he'll get like different sauces put on it because you can get the different things. And so he's given me a couple that I'm like, yeah, I think that wrecked it, but thank you, it's really nice. And then he'll go, do you want that again? No, I think I prefer the other sauce. That without hurting anyone's feelings. So yeah. Eel is my favorite. Eel is not my favorite. I like prawn and salmon on mine a lot, and tuna as well. I like the tuna. Eel is okay, but it's not my favorite. Neither is now in the comments.
I like eel on a dragon roll. I like dragon rolls. But my favorite
Neva must be at work now, so she's now in the comments. Or maybe Ari, is she feeling any better? Growing up, when it was my dad's turn to cook, when my mum was working, he'd make fish sticks and mac and cheese and call it seafood and pasta. Done.
You know what, though? To this day, if I make fish sticks, I also make mac and cheese. Because they belong together.
Yeah. Well, I don't like mac and cheese. It's not my favorite. No. No. Look, when you grow up in a European household that eats predominantly like pasta-based dishes and Mediterranean, mac and cheese is nowhere to be seen. Okay, so when you grow up and you leave said households and you try mac and cheese for the first time, you're like, I can see why my nonna did not make this. Because this is trash.
The best way to have like homemade, like baked in the oven mac and cheese.
Yeah, so my form of mac and cheese is, the bechamel sauce that you use for lasagna, the white sauce. It's called bechamel sauce. So I make that but I put 3 cheeses in it. So I put a Parmesan cheese, a taste of cheese, and then a real sharp cheese. So whatever's on special at the time. And they're hard cheeses that I put into it. And so then I make that, and then I put like herbs and spices in it and whatnot. And then I make that as my mac and cheese. That I can get down with. So, and it's quite thick, and you can use it. You can bake it, or you can have it like mac and cheese in a bowl without baking it.
Well, that would be better with fish sticks anyways, because it sounds like the sauce would be creamier, and I like to dip my fish sticks in my mac and cheese.
I wouldn't be actually using fish sticks. I'd probably be actually using fish. Actually, real fish.
Real fish is fine. Can we bread it and deep fry it?
Well, no, because then it makes it super unhealthy.
But that's like the only way to have catfish,
Yeah, I don't do catfish.
It's probably because you have to bread it and deep fry it, Nicole. You have to bread it and deep fry it and then have a catfish.
Well, I don't even think we have catfish here. So yeah, so
one day,
I don't do it.
When we fly you over here, take you to the cat parlor.
So most of my fish come out of the ocean. They're the ones I eat. So like bream, flathead, tailor, all that sort of stuff. So yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll come there instead.
It's amazing, like the different experiences. Like me growing up, I did not eat anything out of packets or anything like that. Everything was cooked. If we had takeaway, we went to a restaurant such as like Pizza Hut. Back in the day, used to have like you could dine in and they'd bring the pizzas to you and all that sort of stuff. Never went to McDonald's. I think I went, I'll tell a lie. I went for my 12th birthday. My parents took me to McDonald's with a couple of friends. That was the only time I went to McDonald's in my childhood. Never went to KFC. Well, back then it was called Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I think we went to Pizza Hut twice. And that was about it, because we couldn't afford. Occasionally we'd get fish and chips. So when we went away on holidays to the Central Coast of New South Wales, there used to be a really good fish and chippy up there. And that we'd get, deep fried fish and chips. And that was always battered. We never got crumbed, because crumbed was always more expensive than the battered fish. And the battered fish was probably shark or something like that, or flake or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I never had shark.
It's nice. It's fine.
I want to try it. I've never had swordfish either.
Swordfish is nice too.
I've heard that, but I don't live near the ocean.
Yeah, no, you don't.
but actually, fun fact: the valley that I live in, like I don't know how many years, thousands or millions, one of the two, used to be the bottom of an ocean.
Oh, well, there you go. That is a fun fact. Aren't you like in the middle of a? I'll have to look at the map and see where you are, because like my geography of the United States is not great. Let's just put it that way. So yeah, actually knowing where each state is, yeah. So yeah. Sorry, Coda, you just reminded me of Gollum, Roland Ridley. I'm half Fijian, and we have a meal called coconut. I don't even know. It's fresh fish cooked in lemon juice with coconut cream. I have had that. Because some of my Maori friends actually used to make that. So yeah.
Maori.
Oh. Yeah. Indigenous people of New Zealand.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. Fish sticks. I love it. I love that Christina come out. Isn't that fish stick? This isn't a sprint after dark. I think I started the blanket in January. Okay, cool. Awesome. I've only been working on it during sprints. Okay, cool. Yes, I'm at work. Ari is with Sandra at home, as she was still sick when I left. Oh no. But you can't help it. Like it was the last minute, and it's adulting and being a mum sucks. Don't tell Ari you don't like mac and cheese. I like mac and cheese, but my way. I don't like that stuff. Well, I see a lot of stuff I can't eat out of the packet because I get headaches from it. I have a reaction to it. So, I don't want a headache. No one wants that. Ew, catfish, yuck, catfish.
I love catfish. But
well, here you go. Christian loves it as well. Fresh fish meals are common in New Zealand and the islands. Yeah, when I lived on the coast, my partner actually doesn't like the smell of fish. So whenever he used to go away, he'd be away for 2 weeks at a time. That whole 2 weeks that he was away, I'd be eating seafood and stuff like that. Then he'd come back and we'd go back to steak and veg. And that, because I just love it. If I could afford it, I would eat seafood every single day without a problem. Ew, yuck. Since we're moving, I cannot work right now. Yeah, that's exactly right. You've got to do the adult thing. I make a good 4-baked cheese mac. Yeah, cheese, lots of sauce. Yeah.
Yeah, because then it's not out of a package if you do it with just your fresh noodles and cheese and. Well,
see, I get is it penne noodles, the ones that are like a little tubes? Yeah. I get the penne, and then I make my I make a, what do you call it, marinara sauce or red sauce or whatever you call it. We just call it a bolognese sauce here. I get the bolognese sauce, but I don't have as much as I would if I had made a lasagna. So a lasagna, you've got your layers, whereas my baked pasta basically has the penne. Then I stir the meat sauce through the penne so it goes through the tubes and everything, and then I add the cheese sauce that I made, mix that up, and then bake it, and then I let it go cold, and we eat it cold with a salad because you can slice it, and it's really nice. Really nice.
That sounds good.
You almost treat it like a meatloaf, except it's a summer food.
Okay.
Said finished Dead Letters, and I'm giving it 3 stars. I love salmon too. I love salmon.
Me
and
too.
Shrimp Alfredo, which is prawn Alfredo here. One of my favorite meals ever. Sadly, it's not cheap meal in Phoenix. No, if you live away from the ocean, but even these days, even if you live close to the ocean, not necessarily cheap. It's Dishes karaoke time. You should film this. You should film this and put it up on your channel on Patreon. I'll be listening chapters 1 to 10 once I'm done with that. And we are at the end of the comments. Thank you, Neva. And if it's okay, I might do a 75-minute one just to catch up on some of the reading, if that's okay with everybody. I've just got to empty my car out, and it's going to take me a little while. All the trucks have moved now, so I can do that. So is that okay with you, Coda? We do a 75-minute one?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yep, cool. That'll give me a chance to listen and empty out my car, because I've got fabric and stuff in there that I've got to make into bags. All right, we will see you in 75 minutes. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Well, hello.
Hello.
How did we go?
I am almost done. I'm halfway through chapter 9.
Chapter 9 is pretty intense.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. Pretty intense. I have got to chapter 10. So, yeah. I'm going to collect my thoughts a little bit on a little bit more and whatnot. But, yeah, that was pretty intense. Although the funny part when the dancers came out and Harry's like he was getting up and Ron's ripping up the because they were obviously going for the Irish team and like just like they were mesmerized and Hermione's like, what are you doing? And then where they started dancing and the referee like froze and he was like strutting stuff. I was laughing. Oh, just like that is just a crack up. Like,
yeah, there's some good comedy.
Yeah, there's a nice amount of laughter in this one and whatnot with intense moments as well. So,
yeah.
I just got a message from my daughter, so we'll probably only chat for a little bit and then do a quick 30-minute sprint because I have to leave here by 2:00, which is almost an hour. So,
okay,
we'll probably just do a 30-minute sprint and yeah. So let's have a look and see what went on. What are you reading after this? What are you moving on to next?
I will probably either work on Dune or that NetGalley arc that I was reading.
Yeah, I've got to read a NetGalley arc. It's due out on the 29th, and I'm about a third of the way through, but I have to read it with my eyeballs. So I figured this afternoon, after I do everything that I got to do, I'll settle Mia down and get her ready for dinner and all that sort of stuff, and then yeah. She can read for a while and I'll read for a while and then she'll go to bed because she goes to bed really early. So I only really have grandma duties for about 3 or 4 hours. That's it.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. Let me just, I did not star, which is bloody ridiculous. Like I'm pulling an Eva here. I didn't star. Here we go. This is where we're up to. Oh my god, there are leprechauns. That's awesome. Taking a break. We'll be reading the Department of Sensitive Crimes. Awesome. Deb also joined during that sprint as well. And we have an Ari update. Just got an update on Ari. She's sleeping peacefully. That's good. Okay. Everybody is happy to hear that. And hopefully it'll just be a quick. Maybe she just jumped around too much and threw up. Yeah. So, yeah, she's gone to sleep. She has to stay home from school tomorrow, but praying for just a 24-hour bug because it really came out of nowhere. Yeah. And it could be that, as I said, she just jumped around too much. And, yeah, because if she doesn't have a temp or anything like that, yes, hopefully it's just something small and it'll pass quickly. At least staying at home, she can sip fluids and rest. That's exactly right. Got to chapter 10. Getting in the bath because my foot hurts will be back, and now Raleigh is back. How was your dinner? Did you end up finishing all your dinner?
No, I saved some of my calzone for lunch tomorrow.
Awesome.
But I ate all the pickles and half of the calzone.
Hello, Melissa. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Almost done with chapter 2. Awesome. Finished one task for work. That's awesome as well. Nice and productive. Kristen ate pizza and got to page 206 of Check and Mate. Are you enjoying it? I've heard mixed things about it. Some people love it. Other people are like, it's okay. Also updated my Instagram reading tracker, and I've read 8 books this month. Wow, look at you go. That's awesome. 3 more than last month. That's excellent. I don't even want to know how many I read. I know I've read a lot. I made it to page 65 of my book. Awesome. Hello, Nicole. Thank you for joining. Everybody's saying hello. And Reader's Retreat got to chapter 4. Awesome. Christina got to chapter 5 and we'll finish getting to chapter 10 tomorrow as it's bedtime for the younger one. I'll be switching to Fun and Trouble by Amanda Flower. Awesome. So cozy. Finished and logged another book under the banner of Heaven by John. I'm not even going to try and say that. Again, a non-fiction about Mormons and polygamy. Awesome. Nicole not starring, pulling a Neva. I know, right? Not only have we not read all of the comments at the beginning of it and whatnot today, I'm not starring. It's a new patient. It's obviously thrown me off. I've just got nothing going on right. What can I say? And I'll just get it all together before I go back home again, and then we'll have another couple of weeks of me being all disappointed. When I get home, I'm going to, because I've pulled all this stuff out, I'm going to deep clean my studio. So you could be in a completely different location when I go home. The computer will be sitting somewhere else. So, yeah, I might end up cleaning off the couch because I dumped a whole heap of stuff off the couch. So I'll probably sit on the couch for a little while because I've got a little couch in the studio, but it's always got shit on it from where I put all the fabric bolts and everything. And, yeah, so I've actually been looking at a new desk for in there, getting rid of the little couch and actually getting rid of the bookshelves and putting a little desk in there, which will work better and give me more room for sewing and stuff like that. So been mapping it out, drawing it out and whatnot. So the last couple of weeks. And I found a really cheap desk from of all places, a hardware store is where I pick it up from. It's not at the store. It's from a different company, but they sell through a big hardware store chain here in Australia called Bunnings. And it's an online order only, but then I just click and collect. And it's really good because it doesn't have a bunch of storage, but I don't need a bunch of storage. I just need somewhere to set up my computer and have somewhere to work and write out, reviews and stuff like that.
Right.
And that gives me a little bit more room than what I've got here.
Awesome.
Yeah. And it was only $139. So I'm like, that's pretty good. So by the time I get home and clean everything out, I'll have some money in the bank and I'll be able to sort it all out. Made it to page 54 in Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Awesome. Nice, productive. Ticked off 4 uni tasks that sprint. One of them was reading. So that's a win. Awesome. Cool. That was productive. That was a lot of work. Everyone's saying hello. Reading Dune. To Nicole. Sorry that Ari is sick, but I hope she wakes up feeling better. There's nothing worse when you've got to go to work and you've got to leave your kid at home. Like, it just makes you feel so shit. So I totally empathize with you, Neva. My book is set in Texas. Turns out to be a rare one in the series set in Alabama. Looking for a better prompt for that. Isn't there? There is a prompt set in Texas, isn't there? Pretty sure. Hello and welcome. It's a new YA, so I'm not loving it. Okay. As I'm not the target age, but I am liking it. Okay. We'll read more of Ailey Hazelwood. Awesome. Happy Sprint reading The Women's Tonight. Awesome. Sounds like a good book. Finished today's pages of Harry Potter. Yay. And loved it so much. That is awesome. I love a good Bunnings find. Yeah, I don't even know where I was. Like, I wasn't even looking for a desk. And it popped up as an ad on, and I'm like, that can't be right for Bunnings to have desks. And, yeah, and then when I looked, it's through, I'm just trying to think of the name. I think it's through Costway or something. It's called. It's a company that just delivers through it. So I'm like, yeah. And it comes in various different colors as well. I can actually get it in the same color as this tabletop, which matches my studio. So I was pretty happy with that. So it'll look cohesive at least. Might not match, but it'll look a little bit cohesive.
Awesome.
Just finished My Sister the Serial Killer. First book I have read in one day. Awesome.
Cool.
I know the mum guilt is so real. Like, it's so terrible. And it's awesome, Maya, that you finished a book in one day, and it's the first time you've ever done it. That is awesome. Congratulations. That is a obviously that is a binge worthy book, and everybody should be taking notes on what the name of that book is.
Maybe I should too.
Yeah, because anything that someone binges, I automatically will pick up because obviously it's binge worthy. Who's the author, Maya? If you could let me know if you haven't found it already.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to copy it and paste it. So I don't know how to say this. Oinkin.
You must be hanging out with me too much, Katie. You're not being able to say names anymore.
Here, you give it a shot.
Where is it? Down the bottom.
I'm gonna put it in the.
Okay. In the private chat.
Yeah. Christina got us in the regular chat too.
Yeah. Yinkin. Maybe the O is silent. Yinkin Braithwaite. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. I got nothing. The last name I'm good with. It's usually the last names that get me. Put it into Google and see how it says it.
Okay.
That's always interesting. Oinkin. This NetGalley arc is annoying me. It's a serious novel about addiction, and then it'll have chapters like his mother's having a conversation with the Simpsons cartoon character. Oh my goodness. What is it called? Not everyone. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for joining.
Yeah,
that book was really good. Oh, okay. So Courtney's also read it as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And Neva has it on her shelf.
Okay. I put it on my list.
Cool. Can you put it in Voxer? Because I'll forget otherwise. Yeah, I don't know how Yinkin, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. My sister, everybody's saying that like they've got it or they've read it and it's good. It was either on I think it was on the Booker. I don't think it was on the women's. Because it's probably translated too, because it could have been on that, because the Booker has the international one as well too. So they have like two prizes. I'm sure they have more, but the two that I know of is the international, the Booker, and then the international, which is for translated works. And given the name, it might be a translated works. Which
I like the cover.
Okay, see, now you've all got me. Let me get here. What is it? What was it called again?
My Sister, the Serial Killer.
Stop doing that, computer. My computer's being a douche. It won't let me type stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, stop it. The cover's awesome.
Jean's saying the author is Nigerian.
Nigerian? Oh.
And Vanessa's going to bed.
So it was longlisted. I just brought up all its things. It was longlisted for the Booker Prize in 2019, shortlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction in 2019. I stand corrected, Chris. I was wrong. The winner of the 2019 LA Times Award for Best Crime Thriller and Capital Crime Debut Awards Author of the Year in 2019. So it has won a lot of awards, which is amazing. It's only got 242 pages. It's $8. It's $8.42 here in Australia on Kindle, and for an extra $2.99, I can get the audio with it, or I can buy it for $17.70 in paperback. But the cover's pretty cool.
Ours is
Wish list. That's a wish list. My shopping list. It's not a wish list. It's my shopping list. That's what it's called. It's a purchase. So yeah, let me just stop this timer. Where were we up to? I've already read that one. 40% in Fire Endless. I think I might be able to get 2 ultimate reads for the girl bands. Awesome. Go you. That's awesome. And I'm going to switch to Boo of Bad Blood by Lauren Dane. Awesome. It's called Martyr. Okay. I'll avoid it then. So I'll probably read the next few days. Awesome. I actually got my own copy. Oh, there you go. You've also got a
Jean
copy
owns
as well.
it too. All right. Cool.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, "Oh, cool. Jean owns it too." Everybody owns this book.
Yeah, except for us.
Yeah.
Which I will end up getting because I'm actually getting all of the shortlisted books and putting them on my bookshelf from the Women's Prize for Fiction for the last however many years, because, you know, that's the thing I want to do, because I know that Savannah's going to inherit them, and she reads some of the stuff off that. So yeah.
Awesome.
So Nigerian, good night, and good night. And we are at the end of the comments. So this is going to be the last sprint for today. I'm sorry, we normally go longer, but I have commitments that I've got to. It's the first day, so I have to shoot off a little bit sooner. Whereas next week I'll be able to stay a bit longer because she'll be in after school care next week. So we're going to do a 30-minute sprint, and then we'll come back, wrap up for the chatty bit, say goodnight to everybody, and then, yeah.
Cool.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Let me just bring this down. And we'll start that timer, and we will see you in 30 minutes. All right, we are back. How did we go during that sprint?
Good. I finished my pages and I read a little bit of that arc.
Cool. I'm also reading an arc as well. I read 22 pages, so
Nice.
only 330 to go.
I know, right? I'm only at like 45% of this one too. And it
Yeah.
goes slow because I have to highlight all the errors.
Fair enough.
There's been quite a few errors.
This one I'm reading on through the NetGalley app, and it's on my tablet. So I've just got it sitting on my little cushion, and because the tablet's too big to sit there and hold. I need to get like a little one because I didn't bring down my Kindle with me to see if it worked down here. Because the other day when I was at the hairdressers, it wouldn't update. So I don't know whether it's actually finally died. So, I mean, luckily I've got the Kindle app and everything is on the Kindle app that I've purchased and whatnot. And I can send stuff from NetGalley and other places to this. But I'm thinking that I'm not going to bother getting another Kindle if that's what's going to happen every time. So, because, I just rather use I'll just use the app and get a smaller tablet. A friend of mine's got a little tablet, a Samsung tablet about this big. So, and it was quite light. So I thought I'll just get that.
Yeah, that'll work. Samsung. Gotta love Samsung.
Yeah, that's it. So at least I can use it for other things as well, not just reading. So, yeah. Where did it jumped on me? I had it. Did I star it? There it is. So Chris was saying that the protagonist's imaginary brother is not talking to a famous basketball player. Is now, sorry. That makes sense. A bit more sense now. I'm like, what? Has Kodo recovered from saltburn?
Oh, you know what? I've thought about it a couple times. Like it's wild. We can't talk too much about Saltburn until we all watch it, and then we can talk about it a lot. But it's gonna have to be Sprints After Dark or
judging by what I've seen, that is
I
definitely.
want to talk about it in detail.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a Sprints After Dark one. I'll make sure that I have watched it by then. See, if I do Sprints After Dark here with Mia, I can set her up with a movie. And then I can just put this in and she can't hear anything that anybody else is saying. She'll only hear what I'm saying. So I can edit what I'm saying or agree strongly or whatever with what you're saying. So, yeah. So I've got that covered. I've got that all worked out because Sprints After Dark for you guys is like midnight, but for me it's 3:00 in the afternoon.
Right.
Yeah. So she goes to bed early though. So she'll be like, if I settle her down for a movie, right, this is the movie you're going to watch, I'm going to go and do some stuff. Or this is the book you're going to do or whatever, she'll settle down and do it. She doesn't give me, I don't think she gives me any grief the way she gives her mother grief. Like, because even this morning she went to give her mother grief and I just looked at her and went, really? And she's like, sorry, Mima. My daughter just looked at me and like, bitch. It's called having the ultimate control. Not really. It's just that Mia knows how far she can push me and she knows I don't tolerate it. So,
yeah.
There's a line and there's a hard line and you cross it, this Mima ain't happy. So yeah, made it halfway through chapter 4 and almost caught up on my memory planning. Awesome. Nice and productive there at work. Hubby got home a little late, so we did another chapter in Harry Potter and now on chapter 7 and put the kiddo to bed. Awesome. Everybody should be getting pretty close. Like we normally would get it done with me on sprints, but as I said, I'm going to have to head off very shortly. Got to page 295. I've checked them out, 51 pages left. You should get that done in no time at all. We got to page 240 of chapter 15. Awesome. I am reading The Phoenix Crown. And who is that by? Doesn't say. Was it on the other page? It's by Kate Quinn. And it's actually by two authors, this one. It's historical fiction based around the San Francisco earthquake. It's two women wronged and they're doing some, I'm not exactly sure what they're supposed to be doing because I'm very new, just started it. But apparently there's two women wronged. It's in the height of the San Francisco, the Great Quake. I think that was 1906. Was that right? I think that's when that happened, the big one in San Francisco where it just pretty much settled the whole city. And it's written by two authors, Kate Quinn and Janie Chang. So far we have there's two definite protagonists, but there's a third one in here as well, Su Ling. So I don't know how she might get bumped off in the thing, but she's in it at the moment. She's running away from an arranged marriage. That's all I know. That's it. That's all I got. That's all she wrote.
I'm reading. Let's see if I can.
I'm the same.
Yeah. And it's okay. It's a little slow moving. It's interesting, kind of like a character piece. It's the main character is like half Hispanic or half Mexican, actually, and half white. And he didn't have a very good time growing up that way because he was bullied. And so he didn't never have a very good like image of himself, and he grew up in the South. And now he's in Oregon, and he's met like this rich kid who is also like involved with this chick who runs a bookstore, and he judges like some kind of writer's prize that they give there. So this kid that's half Mexican is there on a fellowship.
Yep.
And the kid that he's just met, the other guy, is actually the one who judged and decided he was the winner of this writing. And he had written some story about being half Mexican and half white and be depressed. Anyways, it's okay. It needs it needs a little bit of editing. Like there's some. I try not to be too judgy on people's writing because everybody has their own style, and it's not my style. So I try not to judge style or like give comments, negative comments on style. But there's like been some technical errors as far as like a wrong word or punctuation and stuff. And then there's been some times where I'm like, what? Like just some lines that kind of pull you out. So like I'll comment on that kind of stuff. But the story itself is not horrible. It's just I'm not really sure where it's going. It seems like it's kind of like a slow burn love story, maybe. Because he has like this like affectionate relationship with this guy he just met.
Yeah.
But it starts off like they're, it's hard to say if the guy he met is gay or not, but the main character is like straight.
Okay.
That's what you get from at the beginning. But I don't know.
That's the cover of mine. It's very pretty.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So this comes out. It comes out on the 29th of February. It gets released. So I've got like, what are we? 3 days to read, review, and get it up.
Oh, wow. I have, I don't know if I have any that come. I think there's one that comes out on the 1st. The one I'm going to read next is called Earworm. Oh, okay. It's like a horror. This one doesn't come out until April, and if I would have realized that, I might have chosen a different one to start with. I might have chosen. Let me see if there's even a cover for this other one.
I don't think it's not gonna. It's reading pretty quickly. It's a little bit slow at the moment, but I mean, like I'm only 40 pages in, so I don't expect a great deal.
The horror one doesn't have a cover. I think it's weird how sometimes the Kindle
Brooklyn
version.
just sent a message into Voxer about Saltbird. She said that I'm glad that you watched it and I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't even need to watch it now because it's
yeah, I'll
all I
probably
can
watch it
say is
tonight.
It's wild. I was just
Yeah.
I was entertained.
Well, it's
for
on
sure,
Prime, isn't
but,
it?
but I was entertained like it's a train wreck.
While you're looking for that cover, I'll keep going through the comments. Nicole got 20 pages into Dune. Awesome. Hope you're enjoying it. Read Harry Potter chapters, now back to Magnolia Parks. Look, Chrissy, you have just made neither's day. Reading Magnolia Parks is awesome. I had such a fun time with it. It was great. It was one of those books that it was bingeable. I couldn't put it down because it was such a train wreck. Just watch the weirdest movie. I'll let them all talk. Okay. I'll have to check it out. Might have to get a Paperwhite since they are getting rid of the Oasis. And I think that that's what the problem is they're not updating anything and it's now out of date. And I've done all the updates on my Oasis, which I am absolutely pissed off about because I only purchased that not even 2 years ago. And it was not cheap to get. So I'm thinking that I'm just going to stick with the Samsung. I can get $149 and I've got a Samsung tablet that I can use for that. I can use for NetGalley. I can have all my reading stuff on there and be done with it. So, yeah.
It's maybe it's on Kindle Unlimited, this other one. Oh, it's so hard to.
Oh, yeah, I see it. On Kindle Unlimited, you say?
Yeah, maybe check because I just. Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay.
$3.99 or read for free on Kindle Unlimited. So I think it comes out on the. It said it comes out on the 1st, but I guess it's already on Kindle Unlimited. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, it says it's already out. Is that by Thomas LeBee? Ryan Thomas LeBee?
Yeah. Aaron Thomas Milstead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. So
We're on
you can see it a bit better there. Sort of. No, it's not going to do it. It's not going to do it.
Hard to get those up there. So this says that it comes out on March 1st. It says it doesn't come out. Oh, it says it came out last year, June 21st of last year.
Yeah.
But it's
that's
still
sometimes, yeah.
They must just.
Was it a read it now? Was it?
I don't know because I never go to read it now. I just go to horror and then or LGBT. I haven't ever just.
That's the one.
Noticed. Yeah, that's like that. Yeah. Now it shows up good.
Yeah, I just took a screenshot of it in last year. There's hundreds of screenshots in my phone which I have to get rid of. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to get a Paperwhite, but I think as I was saying, I think I'm just leaning more to getting a tablet because I can also use the tablet for other things, such as searching up books. I can use it if I'm in bed to research, do that sort of stuff as well. May read a bit more tonight. Awesome. Yes, it does. I believe it does. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it does. It's not something that I've ever looked into, Shannon. Got to page 195 of The Stand. Awesome. Jamie read a bit in The Only Story and have 68 pages left in it. That's excellent. You're almost finished. Another one. You are a reading machine, Jamie.
Yes, a reading machine.
I just cannot fit any more books in. I also worked out what I need to read to finish all the prompts and located better options for Texas and Georgia prompts. Awesome. Go you. All the prompts. Like, does that mean that you would have read 40 books this month? If you're just reading the basic 10? My goodness. Did you have an Oasis or a Paperwhite? I have an Oasis. I've had weird things happen with my paperwork that Brittany has not had, but I managed to eventually sync it. Mine's not actually picking up my Wi-Fi, but it picks up my hairdresser's Wi-Fi. But the other day when I was down there, it wasn't updating or letting me, like, it would download stuff, but it wouldn't let me update anything. So I don't know what's going on there. Can you ever recover from burn?
So I didn't find it like that traumatizing. Maybe that says something about me as a person. I was entertained. I mean, there was definitely some disturbing stuff in there, but I was so appalled. I couldn't be mortified at the same time. I was like,
okay. I might have to set my computer. I'll move my computer and set it up and watch it tonight once I'm finished doing all my work, because our main focus tonight is to read this and start reviewing, like start taking notes and stuff. So I'll finish the day off with it and maybe traumatize myself a little bit.
Give you something to think about when you hit the pillow tonight.
I always find these books hard to put down. Thanks for the sprints. Have a beautiful day. We will have Saturday morning sprints this week. Awesome. I'll have my pages done tonight before I leave for work. From work, sorry. Awesome. Okay, my movie probably isn't bad, just and not with the way Saltburn is. Okay. From what you're all saying, nothing is as weird as Saltburn. I need to read one backlist arc and a soon-to-be published arc in March. I really need to catch up. Yeah, well, the next few, like tonight, I'm reading this one, and then tomorrow night, I'm reading 3 audiobooks tomorrow night. And then on the 1st, I'm reading another one with my eyeballs. So I'm going to try and catch up. And that's what I'm doing at the last week of if anybody wants to catch up on their NetGalley and stuff like that. I know Vanessa has NetGalley days where she does sprints for NetGalleys. But I'm actually chunking out a whole week. So I can set up NetGalley week or something on Discord. So if you want to talk about any of your books or recommend anything, you can put that over there, or you want to join us on sprints, you can do that. And the last week of each month is what I'm doing. Of course, this month, I only get, 3 days left of this month for me. So, but I'm going to do it from Monday to Friday. So along with all my buddy reads, I'll be reading all my what I've got to get out and whatnot. So I only have 7 books that I need to read with my eyeballs. And then I've got, but some of them aren't due out until like June and July.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I've only got I think 3 that are due out in the next 6 weeks, which is one of them. This one is one of them. So, yeah. So if you want to set down the last week of each month, Neva, I'm happy to encourage you to catch up and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we might as well utilize the stuff we get from them and make it a priority.
I still have stuff pending too that I'm hoping will come through as soon as I catch up my percentage.
Yeah. I got rejected for one yesterday, which is the second book to Serpent and Wings that comes out in June. I got rejected for that, which I'm spewing, but fine, then I'll buy it.
I think I pretty much picked out a bunch of stuff that I'd never heard of, except for Paul Tremblay's new book, and so I'll be sad if I get rejected for that one. But the rest of them,
just prepare yourself; it might happen.
It might happen.
Saltburn is wild for sure. Alana says 66% into Unwanted Island of Fire by Lisa McCann and 44% till I am finished. The book, awesome. Yes. Magnolia Parks. Chrissy said she's reading Magnolia Parks last night. Katie also finished it and enjoyed it. Awesome. I did it as reading like Neva, so I have a vlog that I'm putting together. When it comes out, I don't know, but it's getting put together. That's the main thing, right? So yeah, I'm at least halfway to finishing my book. Although we're doing this other thing, so I'm thinking that maybe I should save it for something else. Anyway, that's another thing. I thought I was going to make it to the end of your sprints tonight. So close, but nope. Thanks for hosting. Night. That's okay.
Good night, Nope.
Were those worms on a pineapple? I don't know. I didn't actually look that.
They are. Yeah, I think
yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Good.
Worms on pineapple. I didn't even look. I didn't even notice it was a pineapple. Have either of you read Killers of a Certain Age? No, I haven't. But I have noticed this book has been popping up quite a bit on sprints lately.
I'm gonna look it up.
No, Jamie. Jamie is not on Team TLC. She's on Destiny's Child. So I just say Destiny's Child's probably won this one.
Oh, I'll read this.
Yep.
All I need to read is this tagline from BuzzFeed. It says, "Golden Girls meets James Bond thriller."
So then it says, it's no masterpiece, but I loved it and it was wild. Awesome. So that is Killers of a Certain Age. All right. So I think a lot of authors are cashing in on that Golden Girls era, got that Golden Age era of protagonists in their books. Chrissy is saying, I'm loving Magnolia Parks. Hopefully finish it today. I have heard it compared to Gossip Girl, which I also loved. I did not watch Gossip Girls. I did watch it by proxy because the kids were watching it and whatnot, so I'd see episodes here and there, and of course my husband watched some of it as well because he's a 15-year-old girl dying to get out. I say it to him all the time. I was not traumatized by Saltburn. I was more amused and engrossed. Murder on the Dance Floor is one of my fave songs, so Saltburn is my kind of film. Yeah, Murder on the Dance Floor is a good song. It's good to boogie down to. After you watch Saltburn, you won't look at bathwater the same way again. Okay.
You guys don't ruin it for Nicole. Let her experience it.
I'll change up my book reading schedule to catch up on arcs. Yeah. If we hold each other accountable, we'll do it. We'll definitely do it. Like, even if we won't feel so guilty if we're a little bit behind, if we're making an active attempt at it each month then. I believe Serpent in the Wings of Night sequel is already on KU. Oh, is it? Okay, cool. Thanks for hosting this, friends. I'm hoping by tomorrow I have a couple more prompts finished. Go you. Now I want to read that.
Golden Girls meets James Bond sounds fun.
Well, I like James Bond and I love the Golden Girls. It sounds like it's going to be like a blast.
Yeah. The cover looks cool too. It's just like a hand with a pearl bracelet holding a butcher knife.
What was it called again?
It's called Killers of a Certain Age. Neva, did you watch Saltburn yet? She probably hasn't, or she would have said something.
No, I didn't think she had. All right, let me just add this to the wish list. All right, that's done. Where are we up to? Oh, here we go. It's basically Blair and Chuck fan fiction from Gossip Girl. Fair enough. I don't read fan fiction, so I don't know what all the hype is about fan fiction. I'm on Destiny's Child. We are still the smallest team, so I have no idea if we're still a fourth place underdog team, but we may have a chance. Well, I think you've given them a fighting chance because, like, you are killing it with the books you're reading. I'm only a chapter in so far, and the vibes are definitely there. I'm excited to see where it's going to go. This is for Killers of a Certain Age.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I'm down. I didn't read any more than just that one blurb.
Yeah, that tagline's enough to draw you in. Yeah. Sometimes that's what I do with the book. I just look at the taglines, and if the taglines draw me in, that's it. I'm there. I'm there for the party. And a lot of my books are picked that way.
Same.
or by a pretty cover, because I get frustrated with the synopsis, and I hate it when you read a synopsis, then you read the book, and it doesn't even match the book. Like, Did you put
Right.
it on the wrong book? Was this meant for the book beside it, not the book that it's on?
Or you read the
Um,
synopsis and you feel like you read the whole book and there's no point
Yeah.
in reading it now.
Yeah. And that's why I stopped reading synopsis a long time ago. Long time ago. So, but taglines, I always read taglines on that because some of them are
Yeah.
funny.
Taglines
Jane
are
says,
my
thanks for the sprints. Thanks to Nicole Coda and Neva for the sprints. No worries. Thanks for joining,
Yes.
everybody. And thank you for being here for the discussion this morning as well for the third book of Harry Potter. We really appreciate everybody turning up and showing their support and whatnot. And I'm about to steal points for Destiny's Child. Awesome. I also am about to steal points. I don't know how many. I think it's only about 80 points. But, yeah, because I finished Wildfire yesterday. But I've got to find my sheet that I had everything on because I wrote it next to the prompt, and I'm hoping that I brought my sheets with me. Otherwise, they're sitting at home. And I'll just have to have a look at the sheets again and see. But we have got to the end of the comments, and that means that we are at the end of the stream. I would just like to say thank you for everybody that has been here today. Thank you to Neva for joining us on a work night, and also to Coda for joining us for the full stream today. Really appreciate it. Happy first day back at work. Hopefully it's a good day for you tomorrow as well.
So
and good luck with everybody that's reading their arcs and everything today as well. Neva's just saying that I'm going to watch Saltburn tomorrow since I know Ari will lay on me all day and have headphones.
yeah, you'll need to have the headphones. I mean, yeah, put the headphones in. It's
safer that way.
Most of it would go over it anyways, but just like
yeah, just put it in. Put the headphones in to be safe anyway. And whatnot. But that is it from us today. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and we'll see you again next time, which is on Wednesday afternoon. And hopefully Coda can join as well at some stage, but you'll probably be back at work. So
I will. I'll be off like shortly after you start stream, so just hit me up and I'll definitely be here to read either way. So
no worries. Awesome. Oh, and just a reminder, on Friday, we're also starting a lot later because it's the end of Battle of the Girl Bands, and we'll be over on Rainy's channel for the first part of the sprints where I'm normally sprinting. So I've moved mine until I think it's 2 or 3 o'clock. So just check that on the homepage and click notify me so you'll get that notification. But of course, we'll be over on Rainy's channel anyway, and we'll just move straight over here and continue on. But as I said, that's it from us today. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
okay.